Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20. I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make your presence known. Seeing none, could we have a roll call, please, Ms. Town Clerk and Quirk?
Councilors, Atzelis,
Present.
Bogan,
Present.
Clark, here. Cullum,
Here.
Dagwan, Rapguasetti,
Present.
Hebert,
Present.
Levesque,
Present.
Neary, Knapp,
Here.
Shaughnessy,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Steinhilber.
Here.
We have 11.
Thank you. If we can all now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then immediately after have our moment of silence, and Councilor Shaughnessy is going to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'd like to now open up the lines for public comment. Sarah, do we have anybody waiting for public comment, please?
Not at this time, but I'm going to go out and double check, and I will be right back.
Thank you.
There's no public comment at this time.
Okay. Now there's no public comment. Council response to public comment is a moot point. So we would move forward to Town Manager Communications, Town Manager Mark Elves.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. This is the Town Manager communication for the period of January 8th through January 21st. I've asked Assistant Town Manager Andy Clyburn to provide you with an update on the COVID vaccine effort. So, Andy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, Town Councilors. I'm Assistant Town Manager Andy Clyburn, here to give an update on COVID-19 vaccinations. Before I begin, I want to state the obvious. Whatever I cover tonight will change. Anyone that watched the evening news tonight knows that there will be an effort to federalize a portion of this. But with that said, I would like to go ahead and give you a sense of where we're at locally in context with the county. So I'm going to take a moment and hopefully share my screen with you. Okay, that should be the Town of Barnstable website. Does everyone see that? All right, great. That's our starting point. So as you likely know, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a 3-phase plan governing the COVID-19 vaccination rollout in the state. I'm going to briefly walk you through the graphic provided by DPH that outlines the various phases, but I thought it would be good to kind of walk through so people can see how to get there on their own. So if you go to the Town of Barnstable website and you click COVID updates, that brings you to our Town of Barnstable health site. A lot of good information here. The graphic that I'm going to go through is here. I'm just going to take one moment to say, if you want vaccine information, click on this, and it will bring you to the county health website, which is also a very good site, great information. Of note that they have established a COVID-19 helpline for the community, 774-330-3001. We're grateful for that. I do want to note, they are not asking people to call in to create a list. There is no current quote unquote list being developed for vaccination, but you can feel free to call in periodically, see any updates of where you land with the various phases and who is eligible for vaccination. So with that, you'll see on the graphic, phase 1 vaccination includes healthcare workers doing direct COVID care, long-term care facilities, rest homes and assisted living facilities, first responders, congregate care facilities, including corrections and shelters, home healthcare staff, and other healthcare workers doing non-COVID care. You can see at the bottom of this graphic, it gives you a rough timeline, basically starting in December, running through June, with phase 1 being through February. Then we enter phase 2, which should go through April, and hopefully phase 3, April through. The second graphic here gives a little more detail on the phase 1 timing by group. As you'll see, each of the various groups that are in phase 1 are listed on the left, and it actually goes into a weekly timeline. This has not yet been developed for phase 2. So to put this in perspective a bit, our local health and public safety departments were initially tasked with vaccinating the first responder of piece of phase 1. We've done that. We're now looking with our partners to address the remaining phase 1 eligible population, basically congregate care and home-based non-COVID facing healthcare workers. And the last of these two actually were just authorized to start today. So the most current information. While we're anxiously awaiting the completion of phase 1, it's important to know that we cannot start phase 2 vaccinations or even order phase 2 vaccine until the state allows us to do so. Our hope is that we will proceed as currently projected by mid-February to start phase 2. At this time, we do not have any guidance in terms of what will be determined, what they will use to determine the start of phase 2. We do know that the state does not want any community to move into the next phase of the rollout until the entire state moves into it. They've been very clear in our weekly brief. Foot stomping on that. So right now, planning is underway to ensure the timely, equitable vaccination of vaccine as supplies arrive. We're confident that any and all vaccine that the state sends to us will be administered as soon as possible. There will likely be multiple paths to vaccination, and we are encouraging everyone to pursue whichever path works best for their personal situation as soon as they become vaccine eligible. Those multiple paths may include state-run mass vaccination clinics, county drive-through sites, Cape Cod Healthcare primary practices, local pharmacies, and again, our local health division. And as of tonight, possibly even a federal participation. As we receive information and guidance from the state authorities, we believe that the local focus could end up being fixed sites and mobile distribution to targeted areas, particularly those areas without easy access to transportation or other paths to vaccination. Some scenarios we've developed include holding multiple concurrent vaccination clinics. Phase 2 implementation will clearly be very impactful in Barnstable. It should encompass over a third of our population. Should the phase 2 rollout continue in a similar fashion to how they did phase 1, there'll likely be priority orders within the phase much as they did a week-by-week prioritization of the 6 in phase 1. Likely we'll see something similar in phase 2. So it could be, right out of the chute, we're allowed to do 75 and over and our educator. And then move on to the remaining categories later in the. We're just awaiting that guidance at this point. We don't have it. But to put the context on the numbers on this, for phase 2, we've got about 6,000 citizens over the age of 75, 800 plus educators, 7,500 citizens between the ages of 65 and 74, and then thousands of food service, grocery, sanitation, public works, etc. So you can see quickly phase 2 could get to that number of between 15 and 20,000. Seems like a lot, but it's manageable. It's very manageable. We completed our first responders within 3 days of receiving the vaccine. We're committed to the same sense of efficiency and urgency throughout this entire process. I really think it's going to be a supply issue. I want to wrap up by assuring you that we will share all pertinent information as it becomes available. And even more importantly, we won't be a choke point. Quite the opposite. A finely run operation that vaccinates all of our allocated doses with great efficiency. Our community is very fortunate to be staffed with consummate professionals who are prepared and eager to tackle this challenge. Finally, the town of Barnstable has a robust multi-department planning section that's been diligently working on this. Tom McKean, Chief Burke, the list goes on and on. I won't try and name them all, but they're in constant communication internally, as well as with all of our local and state partners. Very optimistic that the only limiting factor, as I said, is going to be our supply of vaccine. DPH is committed to getting it out as quickly as they can, but they're in a tough spot as well with the ongoing shortage. President Biden has said 100 million vaccines in the first 100 days. Hopefully we'll be significantly more than that. But until we get that supply, we ask folks to remain patient, stay safe. With that, I'll attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Andy, may I ask a question?
You may.
I apologize. I'm trying to unshare my screen.
There we go.
Now we can, yeah.
Councilor Cullum.
Yay. Just a quick question. Is there something you can share for information with regard to St. Joseph's House and the shelter? Because I know that's been a real sticking point with people not having access to shelter at night, and it's very cold tonight, especially.
Yeah, certainly. That's really that phase that we're in phase, or that section of phase 1 we're currently in, the congregate facilities. The plan for the shelter, including the St. Joseph's House, St. Clair's, Champ Home, Hopeless Not Helpless, Belonging to Each Other, as well as Independent House and the Hack shelters. Duffy is partnering with Sean O'Brien in the county to do those particular houses, and then Chief Burke is adamantly engaged with Heidi as well on other congregate care facilities. But the target right now is the first week of February. Personnel have been administered. The residents, the guests have not, but that vaccine is being ordered. And the current plan is 1 February that those vaccinations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cullum. Councilor Rappacetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Andy, for the update. I find it kind of odd that the veterans are not addressed. And I know my father, who's over 85, actually 96, received his vaccine, and he's part of phase 1. So if you are a veteran over the age of 85 and you've not been contacted by the VA and you get care from them, I urge you to call to set your appointment up, because they were doing that at their North Street location. So I just think it's kind of odd that they were not included in phase 1, even though they received in phase 1.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know if that's simply because the VA being federal had a different distribution chain that was outside of what DPH guidance sent out. But clearly, I'm glad you brought that up. And again, that's why I touched on the multiple pathways. I see at least a half a dozen potential pathways for people to get the vaccine. And we just urge them to see, once you're in that vaccination eligible, pursue them all, pursue what's available. I think certainly there's going to be sites that people could easily drive through and get vaccinated once the supply is here. And I see the tougher nut for us to crack is probably going to be those underserved communities to get out there. And we're working closely with all of our partners, particularly Chief Burke's working with the fire chiefs to set up action plans to roll out, for lack of a better term, like a pop-up vaccination site.
Yeah.
But there's some challenges with, well, currently we have the Moderna vaccine. As you know, that's 2. There's some challenges with the storage and transportation of that. And those are all the issues we're currently noodling through, but fantastic group of folks. And I'm very confident that we won't be an impediment whatsoever. It's going to be a matter of getting supply delivered.
Yeah, and as long as there's good communication between Fed, state, and local, so that everybody knows what everybody else is doing, that would be helpful. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Council Raffacetti. Vice President Shipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, thank you, Andy. It was a great, clear presentation. Another group that some of you may realize are getting vaccinations in phase 1 that are not listed are some of the residents in senior housing. And it is not the residents in our public housing, but some of the residential places that have received HUD financing over the years and serve an elderly population were kind of earmarked by the Fed, by CDC. I believe they're being vaccinated through the federal pharmacy, the FPPP program. So you probably will hear that some people are getting access to vaccinations and you're wondering why, because not every group is listed. But I definitely appreciate our town's commitment to making sure we identify those populations that might not easily, get in their car and drive to a site because, we have a number of vulnerable people that don't have transportation. I know that the vaccine itself is free and the syringe, all the equipment, but I imagine the town is absorbing some cost to the staffing of this, or do we anticipate the feds either, reimbursing us or using insurance as a way of getting some compensation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, we are not charging at this point. Working closely with Mark Mellon and budget development as we roll out into the greater numbers. Clearly, there are staffing issues, as you mentioned. We're ramping up the number of nurses, board staff to accommodate that. Mark Mellon is confident that it is reimbursable, that we are capturing that at this point. I don't know if Mark's currently on now, if you want to say.
Yes. Thank you, Mark Mellon, Director of Finance. As Andy stated, the Coronavirus Relief Fund municipal program that we have received, these types of costs that we anticipate incurring, rolling out this vaccine, administering it, staffing up to do those efforts, we feel is reimbursable under that program. So we feel confident that we have the funding to effectively put this in place.
And I should reiterate, all vaccines are free to whoever who gets them. It's I don't think we have any ability to charge, and we won't. But there are certain expenses that are not covered by currently. That it's nice if there's a reimbursement mechanism.
Anybody else? Okay, great presentation, Andy. Mark, thank you for your input. Thank you for all the great questions to the council. And I would bring it back to Town Manager Ellis for the rest of the communications. Thanks again, Andy, keeping us posted.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mark. Continuing with the Town Manager's communication. And continuing with the discussion of COVID, as a reminder, the town of Barnstable continues to follow the orders and directives of our governor. The governor continues to frequently update these orders and directives, and I encourage everybody to go to the mass.gov COVID website or the town of Barnstable website that Andy just shared with us and click on that COVID icon on the homepage and read these orders and directives. There was another one issued today, talking about relieving some of the curfew type hours that the governor had put in place the end of last year. The governor did put in an executive order that took effect on the 26th of December. He extended it through January 24th with a possible another extension. So that's coming up. This temporary order reduced occupancy capacities from 40% to 25% in multiple sectors. Again, encourage you to go in if you're a business or a resident interested in this. Look at the specific, understand this, check it regularly. The governor does updates daily. You can watch those as well from the mass.gov website so you know what's coming next. A lot of the discussion right now still continues with the 4-phase plan, but now it seems like the primary focus, rightfully so, is on vaccination. So there'll be a lot of discussion and information available there. And if you can't find it, call us and we will assist. We await these further orders and directives from our governor. And as shared by our town manager, assistant town manager, key officials of the town continue to meet daily to plan and implement proper actions, which are in step with the governor's orders and Mass Department of Public Health guidelines. I have to remind everybody during these times of increasing numbers of positive case counts and patient hospitalizations. We urge everybody to follow the state guidelines, wear your mask, wash your hands, maintain proper physical distancing, stay home when you're sick. Very simple defense mechanisms that work effectively. Please follow them. Continue to follow. Even if this takes well into 21, please follow them. Again, our public health nurses are also available to assist the infected and to work with those who might need to isolate. And they can be reached through our health office at 508-862-4644. We're proceeding with tasks in the budget action calendar for FY22 as scheduled. Later this evening, Mark Milne, Director of Finance, will share our fiscal projections as we prepare for the FY22 budget. This is the annual joint meeting workshop with the Town Council School Committee to review the financial conditions of the town. And you can find all our budget information on the town website. On December 10th, 2020, the Town Council held a special Town Council meeting to review fiscal policy relative to the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. In our efforts to review the existing fiscal policy and potential changes for consideration by the Town Council relevant to the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, Mark Milne, our Director of Finance, provided a fiscal policy presentation regarding this. I'll refer to it as the CWMP. It's quick. They will focus on several financial options. One of the options for consideration is a draft sewer assessment ordinance. Director Milne shared the draft ordinance with the Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee on Monday, January 11th, 2021. The comments of CFAC were generally supportive of the ordinance as proposed and have continued the discussion to the next meeting on January 25th, 2021. I have shared a summary of comments to date by CFAC to the Town Council, and we await further comments that may result from their next meeting. The link to the draft ordinance can be found on our webpage under Departments. Go to Town Manager, Office Updates, and you can find the initial draft sewer assessment ordinance. We plan to bring forward a final draft ordinance to Town Council for consideration after the public review process. Our communications and public engagement is planned in the first quarter of calendar year 2021, and I've attached a schedule that summarizes, and I had said to you at the last meeting, how we plan to approach this in the next, from here out, but basically the months of February and March. We've begun our discussions. We've begun them with boards, commissions, committees. We have begun them we had the great fortune to be on the agenda at the West Barnstable Civic Association. We're in the process of updating our homepage. So much like you saw that icon for COVID and other priorities that we're addressing at the time, you're going to have one relevant to our water resources and our comprehensive wastewater management plan by the 1st of February. Much of the information that will be in that is already on our website, but for those who are looking to come in and simply find the information and not have to work through the many locations that it might be found on, we're going to create that, make it simple, make it easy, make it accessible to our public. We're also sending out communications to the major groups that we normally communicate with, all of our civic associations and other associations and citizens groups that we regularly interact with, relevant to the CWMP, and share this fiscal policy. We're going to have attachments so that they, at their leisure, can link in, look at presentations, both that we've already done and that we are in the process of preparing to summarize this. We know it's complicated. We know it's time consuming. We're trying to simplify it so that our residents and the various groups that are out there can access this and begin to digest. As we move into February, I'm going to use a day and evening, I'm going to call it a public engagement session. And again, we're in COVID, and so I'm going to be doing this by Zoom. And I'm going to conduct an initial review by the town manager. Mark Millen and Dan Santos will be there with me of this proposed sewer assessment ordinance. Planning on doing the first one on February 10th at 10 a.m. and then again on February 11th at 7 p.m. We're trying to share the information. This will be an open sort of Zoom session where we'll engage our public. It'll be certainly as much like we have public comment and input. That's the point of this. Hopefully, many who share in that engagement will have had the advantage of seeing what we're sending out the 1st of February. But if not, we'll have summarized overviews as we begin those discussions. We're also targeting to have more access for our public. And the most frequently used link on our website is the look up your property link. So we want to begin to provide access to information such as, am I sewered or am I not? I believe that information is actually already on there to find. But more importantly, as we move forward with the CWMP, will I be sewered? And in which phase are you projecting that I will be sewered? Now, we all know this has to be an adaptive plan, and we all know that it will change over time. And so certainly we will be refining and updating that as we get closer and closer to which phase a property falls in and when we have actually moved forward with an appropriation and a construction schedule. So, but we're going to use this tool throughout the process to be able to better inform our residents. Then in March, again, I will hold 2 sessions, one during the day and one in the evening, to engage the public once more to try to reach those who didn't have a chance in February or who have taken more time to understand what the subject matter is and to give us more feedback. After we conclude that process, if we find that we need to do it on a Saturday to perhaps access others who may not be available day or evening during the week, we'll be more than happy to do that. But at this point, we'll go forward with this and we'll see how we access our public. And if we see that we need to add more, we will certainly do that. And then after the March effort, we'll begin to compile kind of the second round of comment, hopefully, and we'll begin refining the draft sewer ordinance based on those comments. I plan to share that information summarized to you at your third meeting, your second meeting in March, and then hopefully bring forward a first reading of the proposed sewer assessment ordinance at the first meeting in April. Now, I know we're heading into budget, so we'll be doing, we'll be heading into capital budgeting at that point. Typically, there are a little gap in between in May that we might be able for the council to consider a second read. But then very quickly in June, we're into operating budget. So, I will certainly defer to the town council as to how they want to proceed with this. If we find that major modification and significantly more public input is required, we will modify this schedule to accommodate that. This is essential to our success in moving forward with our CWMP, and we will take the appropriate time to do that. But we also have to recognize that we do need to make fiscal policy decisions. Specifically, the council needs to make fiscal policy decisions as guidance for us as we administer this program. So at this point, that's my communication strategy specifically to the fiscal policy aspect of it. And later in my town manager communications, Director Santos will be providing you an update on our CWMP, but it's going to take a little time to talk more broadly about the communication process that we're engaging in for the total program, not just this fiscal. The Town of Barnstable Planning Department, together with the town's Planning and Development, the Town of Barnstable Planning Board, together with the town's Planning and Development Department, invites the public to a virtual meeting on accessory dwelling units on Monday, January 25th, 2021 at 6 p.m. till 7:30 p.m. The meeting will be on Zoom, and the meeting link is posted on the town website. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live on Channel 18 and the Town of Barnstable Channel 18 website. The town is considering an amendment to the zoning ordinance to allow accessory dwelling units as accessory use to a single-family residential dwelling. The town wants to share information with the community about the accessory dwelling unit and get resident feedback on key issue areas. The Town Council's Zoning and Regulatory Committee introduced the topic of accessory dwelling units to discuss the potential for this housing option to increase the availability of year-round rental units, adapt single-family residential properties so they are supportive of residents at a variety of stages in their life cycle, and to encourage economic and efficient use of the town's housing stock while maintaining the appearance and character of the neighborhoods and remaining within our wastewater capacity limitation. A draft of the ordinance discussed by the Zoning and Regulatory Committee is available on their website and the Planning and Development Department website. On January 20th, 2021, I provided the Town Council with a memo outlining my response to the citizens' request on December 16, 2020, regarding operationalizing the Town Council's strategic plan on communications and citizens' engagement related to residential zoning issues. I hope you will have the time to review the memo and provide feedback. I am also preparing a response to recent communications from the concerned citizens of Centerville relative to the installation of an antenna in a church steeple on Main Street, Centerville. I hope to have a similar memo response for your review in the near future. In both cases, town council and town manager were included in the emails. Therefore, I felt it appropriate to provide the town manager's response to the town council for review before responding to the citizens. In both cases, I do ultimately plan to respond specifically to the groups that sent this, but I have shared this with you. I ask you to review it and give me feedback. I'd like to proceed expeditiously, but certainly would also like to see your feedback before I do so. I have heard from some of you already relevant to this effort. I will point out that in many cases, a response takes time. When I looked at this and I thought December 16th to January 20th, that seems like a long time. It is not when you begin to look at the complexity of many issues that our residents ask us. So what I do, and I'll share it with you, and I've asked my staff to do the same, is when we have inquiries from our public, we respond initially to them, letting them know that we've received that inquiry. And if it's sent to two of us, we pick up the phone and we call the other person. We say, which one of us is going to respond to our resident? And we confirm that, and then we proceed. And we respond. And the response may be as simple as, thank you very much for providing us with this request. We have taken it under advisement. I'm going to review it with my staff. Given the content, it may take a little time, but please be patient and we will get back to you with a response. Or it may be the answer. Many times you can do that immediately, but we will respond. That's part of why we're here. And I just want to reassure our council that we are serious about what you put in your strategic plan relevant to communication and engaging our citizens. Now, at this point, I would like to stop. If you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But Director Santos is up next to provide us an update on our CWMP.
Town Manager Els, I'd say now would be a good time, while it may freshen some council's mind before we go into the CWMP, to ask questions for your direct communications. I would open the floor for any questions or comments that any council would have for Town Manager Els. Councilor Starr, please.
I got it. Good evening. My question is, on the 25th, there's a planning board meeting and a planning staff meeting. Is there a planning board meeting at 7:30 after that that will also consider ADUs?
I'd ask, I know, thank you for the question, Councilor Starr. I know Elizabeth Jenkins is out there. Elizabeth, could you address that?
Hi, good evening, counselors. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see me for some reason. Good evening, Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. We wanted to host this ADU meeting in cooperation with the Planning Board, given their statutory advisory role on potential zoning amendments. So we are hosting the accessory dwelling unit informational session and community meeting beginning at 6 o'clock. We do plan on beginning the regularly scheduled planning board meeting at 7:30. Accessory dwelling units is not on that agenda for consideration. We have not begun the statutory process for consideration. I think it's very important that the community understand that this is a conversation before we head into that statutory process. For consideration of that amendment, that will just be regular planning board business at 7:30.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great piece of the process. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. Similar to the information webpage that you had on short-term rentals, can you provide a frequently asked questions list and perhaps a link for people who cannot attend that meeting during those set times to forward questions or suggestions? Thank you.
Yes, we do have that up and running already, Counselor Clark, that ADU webpage that has the information about the meetings. We will keep a calendar on that to keep everybody updated, and certainly we can add a comment box on there for folks who are not able to attend those hearings.
We'll be doing the same for the CWMP work as well. We're going to try to engage, all at their convenience.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. There's no follow-up. I believe Councilor Starr, do you have your hand up again? Okay, excellent. Is there anyone, Vice President Snap, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark, the sessions that you're going to be holding in February and March sound like a great idea. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but do we have a way to publicize those meetings other than posting them on our website? Will there be other press work?
I mean, I'll defer to Lynn Poyant. Lynn knows the drill, and we'll use every channel of communication that we have available to us to try to engage our public in this.
I don't know what the budget would be, but there may be certain things that sending out townwide postcards is a way to get everybody's attention.
Director Milne and I just talked about that. So
okay.
Yeah, we were talking about whether it was the people getting sewer or our entire community. And we very quickly said, It's our entire community. This is a town of Barnstable effort. And all of us are impacted and benefit by this effort. And we'll hopefully engage in the effort. So yes, we will try to reach everybody by every means possible. And if a direct mailer is an effective means, absolutely. I do want to make sure that the council is kept involved step by step, because as you know, the decisions relevant to an ordinance, the decisions relevant to budget, whether it be annual or whether it be some discussion of a debt exclusion, all fall with our town council. It's not something a town manager or the administration has authority over. So step by step, our town council needs to be advised. That's my responsibility. And certainly, your concerns and your recommendations will be heard and will be, included in what we're doing.
Great. Thank you.
And along those lines, Councilor Clark sent me a helpful email. So now if you go on the town manager's website, all of my town council updates will be posted. So if somebody wants to go back and take a look from a particular date at what I shared with our council, certainly you can go and watch it on the council website, but you'll also be able to go on the town manager's website to see those.
Very good. Any other town council response? Seeing none, I just, I can't tell you how much I appreciate just the fact, I think I counted the word website during the town manager's communications. I want to say it was probably somewhere between 65 to 75 times. So I'm just actually just throwing a number out there. But the point is that we are utilizing our website. I think that's very encouraging. And planning department, obviously town manager Els, assistant town manager Andy Clyburn, the public engagement is alive and well, and we're using our website. I know communications director Lynn Poyant is here, and I know there's been conversation in regards to the e-newsletter, another form of communication, also our Facebook page, and other social media platforms, and of course Channel 18, which you're watching right now. So just need to continually improve and move in that direction, and our public's engaged and up to date on everything that's moving forward. Councilor Shaughnessy, I see your hand up, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can I just ask one thing, Mark and Lynn, and I'm sure you're already on it, but Thrive Magazine, which comes out of the Adult Community Center, they have a fairly large subscriber base. So I think that would be also a great spot to start rolling that information out to some of our older folks, because they've got really a pretty big subscription list.
Yeah, the list that Lynn shares with me is amazing, and it is, yes. So our answer is yes, we will use every channel of communication that's available to us, and I'm very confident that Lynn will do well, will be proficient in. And thank you, President Levesque, that, during COVID especially, our primary channel of communication rather is our website.
Right.
So yes, we say it a lot, but right now it is critical to us being successful.
Yes. I appreciate your efforts. With that being said, Town Manager Ellis, I turn it back over to you, or if you want to just go directly to
Director Santos, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President and town councilors. Happy to be here with you tonight. I'm going to share my screen for some slides. Let's see. Okay. So we've been is that okay? Okay, great. So I've been updating you all monthly for, well, probably the last 2 years, and thought this might be a good time after discussing it with the manager that maybe I'd go a little deeper this time, just as a reminder of all that's going on with the program, rather than just kind of update month to month. I think it'll certainly helps me to do this, and I think you might find it helpful as well. So I'm going to go a little longer than I normally do, and I hope that's okay. So the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan is basically, as I'm sure you know, but it's primarily a regulatory requirement so that we meet the federal law in the form of the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act provides water quality standards for water bodies, and in our case, the coastal water resources. So that's the primary objective of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. There are many secondary objectives, including water supply issues and ponds, but the primary regulatory requirement is meeting the Clean Water Act standard. We submitted our plan to the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act office, and in December, we received the certificate from the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, which states that our plan adequately and properly complies with the Act and its implementing regulations. This is no small matter, not because we got approval. I never really thought there'd be any doubt of that since we've been communicating with them right along. But this is an enormous plan. We talk about it being big for Cape Cod, as big as building new bridges, but I'm not sure there's a bigger wastewater plan in the Commonwealth, at least not in any recent history. This is a significant plan, and the fact that the regulatory agencies, and there are many that participate in this review, were very satisfied with our product. I think that's a major accomplishment, and I think is going to do us well, particularly in the implementation. Our final step in the plan approval is at the local level, actually, with the Cape Cod Commission. And that is essentially a determination that our plan is consistent with the Section 208. Now, that's the Clean Water Act that I referred to a moment ago. So it's just the local jurisdiction stating that our plan is consistent with the requirement of the 208 section of the Clean Water Act. We've been talking to the commission. We have a meeting set up next week to brief them before we send it in to them for the formal review. I don't anticipate any issues, primarily because they commented to the Environmental Policy Act office on our document and had no significant issues at all. Our comprehensive wastewater management plan is in 3 phases. This is a map you'll see over and over again. I think it's important. The red is phase 1, which we are in now, that we are implementing our plan, first 10 years. Green is phase 2, years 11 through 20. Yellow, phase 3, years 21 through 30. And out in the Katuitt area, we have what we're calling stages with this purple, pink, and blue. We have left that because, as you may recall, we've been having discussions with the town of Sandwich, with the town of Mashpee, and with the Joint Base Cape Cod. And depending on how that all works out, we may conduct work in the Katuitt area at different phases. It could be in phase 1, depending on how that goes. So we're leaving that flexible, and that will be addressed with the CWNP and the Mass Environmental Policy Act. We're doing 5-year reviews. So in the not too distant future, we'll have to start thinking about that 5-year review, and we'll update them on where that is with the stages in the Katuitt area. We have lots of data, and I'm not going to drill down into the details of this, but basically, this is our by phase, how much wastewater we're going to be generating. And some of the key takeaways here is, in total, we're going to be capturing about 2 million gallons per day additional of wastewater over current. We're going to be putting sewers in 189 miles of roadway, and we're going to be sewering 11,823 parcels and installing 87 pump stations. This is a very significant amount of infrastructure that'll be constructed over these 3 phases. It's important to note that the majority of this plan is being implemented in the first 2 phases, with 40% in phase 1. So 40% of our nitrogen removal that we are required to remove by the Act will be in phase 1 in the first 10 years. And you can see down here, pump stations, we're highlighting this. They're important infrastructure, and because they're not completely out of sight, like pipes are underground, and there's going to be a lot of them, dozens of them, people are going to be concerned with them, and they're going to want to talk about them, and that's going to be a major part of our communications plan with our community, talking about pump station locations and what they're going to look like. Here's breaking down from our phases, our phase 1 plan. There are 20 projects in phase 1, 20 independent projects that comprise phase 1, and they're all here in different colors. This doesn't show the priority. I'll get to that in a moment. But you can see phase 1 is primarily Lake Wequaquet, Long Pond, down to Craigville Beach via the Strawberry Hill Road Vineyard Wind Project, and then our backbone, which is moving along Route 28 from around Finney's Lane to the west. Once we get that backbone in, we can start expanding north and south from there to start collecting and sewering homes. This is phase 1. You can see the projects here on the left. 20 projects, number of parcels that will be sewering in phase 1 down at the bottom there, 4,734, 798,000 gallons per day of wastewater. And you can see the pump stations on the right that will be included in this project. Again, the point is to show you the extensive nature of this project and how many separate projects are involved. Here's our schedule for phase 1. And so the purple, which is what you might want to highlight, that's the construction phases. So you can see the first construction project was in fiscal year 20, and that was with the MassWorks project, where we sewered over in the Merchant Way area in Independence Park. That's part of our plan. So we've got it on here as a construction project. You'll notice as you move along that we built every year, we're getting a little larger with our construction. By the time we get to fiscal year 29 and 30, we're doing some significant construction in Barnstable. And you can see if you look down at the bottom of fiscal year 29, in that year, we're connecting 1,425 parcels in that 1 year. That's when we're really connecting parcels, the sewers are activated, and we're collecting and treating wastewater. Other parts of this that are important, we have funding on here. We have final design and preliminary design. You can see in the yellow where we have preliminary design. These are projects that you've already funded, that you have allocated funds for, we have underway, and we've been talking about in our monthly updates. These are all our active projects. You go back to that schedule, you'll see them as yellow with design funded. The Strawberry Hill Road sewer expansion, that's being done in conjunction with the Vineyard Wind project. That's probably the closest project to construction, given the schedule that Vineyard Wind has provided us, with construction starting as soon as this spring. Route 28 East sewer expansion, that's from Finney's Lane East. Finney's Lane area sewer expansion, Long Pond sewer expansion. This is extending sewers into those neighborhoods to ultimately connect those properties that impact Lake Waquaket and Long Pond. Route 28 Centerville sewer expansion. This is to the west, which includes turning the Marston's Mills school into a pump station and pumping wastewater. That's that whole backbone. That's bringing wastewater from Marston's Mills all the way to Hyannis. Mass DOT project. This is the Route 28 and Yarmouth Road intersection, which is going to get started for construction this spring. We're going to be putting some pipes in the ground across that project so that we don't have to dig up that road after they've completed all the work, and be able to serve the area along Yarmouth Road down towards Willow Street. That is an industrial area there. Lots of sewer, septic systems in an area where we have a very significant water supply. So we want to get those sewered. Cape Cod 5, their new headquarters, that pump station, that's a project that they're turning over to us to operate. They paid for. We're going to try to look more and more at these opportunities as we work with Elizabeth Jenkins in the manager's office to get into opportunities for cooperation and teaming up with private industry, private development. And there's lots of interest in moving things sooner if possible. And if they can fund the infrastructure, we take it over. That's a win-win for everyone. 10 Hyannis Ave sewer extension. This is a private property owner on Hyannis Avenue in Hyannisport who wanted to sewer their parcel. They're paying for the whole project. It's almost $500,000 they're paying to provide sewer to one parcel. But it allows us to connect 14 other parcels along the way at no cost to those homeowners other than the connection and obviously the user fee. At the treatment plant, our solids handling facility, that's under design to improve that operation, where we take in septic from septic tanks that are pumped. They come in and they dump there. Our effluent disposal studies, both for the capacity of the treatment location for taking effluent disposal, as well as other potential disposal options, locations throughout the town, and methods. That project is well underway, looking at those opportunities. Again, this will all be shared with the public at the conceptual stage to get input, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. You funded at the last meeting a study to look at denitrification improvements at the plant to knock down our nitrogen input there and our effluent down to 1 or 2 milligrams per liter. Any amount that we can knock that down percent-wise in milligrams per liter, with the kind of wastewater flows we have there, that's a significant amount of nitrogen that you're removing from the embayment. And then finally, our intermunicipal updates. We continue to work with Sandwich, Yarmouth, and Mashpee. In particular, lately Sandwich, with possibilities for them constructing a plant and us utilizing that plant in Sandwich to address some of our western needs. JPCC, unfortunately, I will have to say that I don't have any update beyond which I've been providing for the last many months, which is that there is no update. I have no information as to where that stands. Hopefully, maybe with the change of administration, that has something to do with it. I don't know. I'm completely speculating, possible. Maybe we'll hear from them soon on that. The Strawberry Hill Road project, bring this up because this is something that we're going to be getting to construction here in the spring. There's two parts of that. There's three parts. There's some water line moves that have to be undertaken. So there's room for the Vineyard Wind duck bank. There's the pump station, Strawberry Hill Road, Craigville Beach Road pump station, and then the sewers along the route. And you can see here that the orange is going to be the sewered area. The green is where the duck bank is going, but that's not going to be sewered. That's primarily on the north of 132 in the Independence Park, and that's already sewered. This project will install 19,000 feet of sewer, gravity sewer, which is the yellow, and 9,300 linear feet of force main, which is in the red. It will include one new pump station, which is the Covels Beach was originally there, proposed relocation to the intersection of Strawberry Hill Road and Craigville Beach Road. That's the subject of a easement proposal later in the meeting tonight. The first thing the Vineyard Wind is going to be doing is relocating water lines, and this is the location here on this map. 5,200 feet, which is about a mile exactly, of water mains that are owned by COMM. These aren't Hyannis water lines. They're going to be dug up, relocated at the complete expense of Vineyard Wind, because the reason they have to move is so they can get their duck bank in there. So they're owning that cost. There's also drainage system relocations that have to be done completely at their cost. They're going to start that work at the Covels Beach at the southern end and move north. We're hoping that work starts in the spring. That's what they're telling us. And then we'll follow on with our work starting in the fall. As you see here, there's no Barnstable sewer projected as part of this first part of their construction. The Strawberry Hill Road pump station. This is the one where we have proposed moving it from Covels Beach to the intersection of Strawberry Hill Road and Craigville Beach Road, because it will save the town approximately $500,000 by doing this. It is a significantly easier project. If we went down to Craigville Beach, we'd have to be in 25 or 30 feet below ground surface, in groundwater, in the velocity zone for flooding. So we looked hard and long to find a location. We have. We've reviewed it with the town councilors that were involved in the area, the budding town councilor, as well as Councilor Atzelis in December. We met recently with the Centerville Civic Association. We sent out invitations to abutters and had notification to anyone who wanted to attend this meeting, where we were going to present the conceptual design as well as what we were proposing there. It's an underground pump station at this location. There were some great questions at the meeting. I don't think there was any really negative feedback. I think this is a solid proposal, makes sense. And I got that sense that people felt that way, and I got no response after the meeting either. Those responses and that lack of negative response led us to continue to proceed with the project. And so after negotiating with the homeowner, tonight we have a first read on that easement. Second read for the purchase of that easement will be on February 4th. And in March, we will start our getting the project advertised so we can go to construction. You can see here we'll be advertising in late March with bids in April, award in May, and we will begin the construction of that pump station in the summer and fall. So the points to take away from the last few slides are Vineyard Wind hopefully starting construction in late spring, moving water lines down in the Centerville area, south towards Craigville Beach Road, and then the town of Barnstable constructing a pump station at the intersection of Strawberry Hill Road and Craigville Beach Road, late summer, early fall. This is the start of construction for this CWMP. My final slide is, as the manager mentioned, civic engagement. You know, and I think I've told you all before, I have I'm passionate about civic engagement, public participation. I've been working in the public, and in particular with civic associations and the community since I came to Cape Cod in 1990. So 31 years I've been doing this. I'm passionate about it. It's my study in college. So you have no greater advocate for this than your Director of Public Works. We have recently hired Ridley Associates of Harwich. Carol Ridley is the principal, and we've hired them to develop a strategic communications plan for our comprehensive wastewater management plan. And the reason we chose them, they really shine. Went out to bid, and they were far and above any of the other bidders. They have a wealth of experience, not only on Cape Cod, where they're located, but specifically in water resources and comprehensive wastewater management plan. They've done work with Chatham, Harwich. Carol has been the lead in the Pleasant Bay watershed, in the watershed permit that was gained there. Tremendous amount of experience and knowledge. We've been meeting with them, and the phases of their project right now, again, they're being hired to advise us, and we will be implementing this. So when people come to a meeting or on a Zoom, they're going to see Dan Santos or Rob Steen or Casey Scrima. They're going to see our staff, but we're looking to them for the strategic advice. So they've been evaluating our project over the last few weeks. They're going to be doing a stakeholder assessment, developing some messaging, but the big meat and potatoes of this project is method, strategies, and timelines for our public outreach activity. What Carol has done to date, so she's taken our schedule that I showed you a few minutes ago, and she's overlaying a whole series of public activities over that schedule. At what points we need to have public meetings or Zoom meetings and get input from the public that's timely and not rushed, so that the process moves along in accordance with our schedule. And that's part of finally this implementation of the plan and working with us. We have them working on other issues. They're helping us with the financial plan with Mark Milne and the manager. They're also helping us with our communication relative to potential lawsuits, the Conservation Law Foundation. But my area is in particular with the CWMP, and this is how we plan to roll out and implement a robust communications plan and public involvement plan for the CWMP. And I look forward to it, and I think and hope it's going to be very successful. That's my last slide. I'm sorry I've gone on quite long. I thought it had some value to start the year off with this big year for us, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Town engineer Bowden Griffin's here. Griffin Bowden, I can say that, is here as well. He may answer some questions that you might have. So I'll stop sharing my screen and we can go from there. Thanks. Hope I didn't overwhelm you.
Not at all. Thank you, Director Santos. Great presentation. Any feedback, questions from any of the councilors? Councilor Rapquasetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Dan. I don't find this to be boring at all. I think this is very exciting, the town of Barnstable, and congratulations on receiving state approval. And no doubt we'll receive the Cape Cod Commission's blessing on the plan as well. And good to hear about, some inroads with Sandwich, participating with Sandwich. That bodes well for especially the western part of the town. Is the town of Barnstable required to establish a reserve fund or escrow fund when building all of this infrastructure for future maintenance or repair on such facilities, or how does that work?
Well, I'm going to allow the finance director to address that question.
Good evening, Mark Milne, Director of Finance. Yes, so as we build this system out, it's going to be part of our financial strategy will be to make sure that we accumulate some reserves to protect these assets that we are building. Just like the existing infrastructure that we have reserves in place that help contribute towards making improvements to those capital assets from time to time when needed. And so as we build the system out, we're going to incorporate a similar strategy for the growth in this asset, in this infrastructure.
Great. Okay, thank you. And you just one other question. You had good engagement from the residents regarding the Strawberry Hill. About how many people attended that meeting? Would you know, Dan?
There were over 40 people there.
Oh, that's great. Good, good. I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I don't mind these lengthy updates. I really don't. And I know you'll have this distributed to council for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I believe Councilor Clark had her hand up. Yes.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. And I too, I agree with Councilor Rossetti. I appreciate this, the big picture look at this project, and congratulations to you and the town staff for putting together such a complex, comprehensive project and proposal with the backup of financing options that makes me be proud of Barnstable as we go forward with this. And I congratulate you for making this extra effort for citizen engagement and for giving us the feedback that indeed there were no negative responses, and that shows that you're sensitive to the community's input. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan, the presentation that you did on the Strawberry Hill Pump Station was outstanding. Your team did a great presentation. In addition to some 40 people, there were 3 counselors at your meeting. And I think that the public was very impressed with planning and the rationale of why you wanted to put a pump station at that corner rather than down at Coble's Beach. I mean, to save an estimate at least $500,000, and you know, the description of how it's going to look at the end was complete, and I think that's why you saw absolutely no opposition to it, because it's a terrific plan. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Councilor Hebert. Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you, President Levesque. I just want to say how proud I am. Kudos on the Barnstable DPW. I mean, from the scale of the project, and I can imagine nothing of this scale's gone through for a while, but beyond the scale of the project, the fact that in the first 10 years of the project, we've got that 40% reduction. Thank goodness. I think that's amazing too. I'm sorry, I cannot remember the name of the young lady who did the video and the presentation for the Barnstable Youth Commission. That was wonderful as well. So thank you. I'm just so impressed.
That was Casey Scrimma.
She did an incredible job. That was a great video. And I'm with Councilor Rep Grissetti and Councilor Clark in saying, I really enjoy this material. And I appreciate not only yourself, Director Santos, but also Finance Director Milne. You have an amazing ability to break down some fairly complicated stuff so that it really is understandable. You make some great charts and graphs. Really, you should give a class on that, because some of these graphs and charts are so impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Cullen?
Councilor Cullen, please.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, these complicated projects that we're into now really give our staff a chance to shine. And it's excellent. It's excellent to see just Herculean efforts across the board, trying to make our place, our little spot on the earth, a better place to live. And I just can't say how much I appreciate it. And it's good to have the constant thread of information coming in. It's good for everybody, because then when these town council meetings are looked at by residents, in virtually every meeting, there's something mentioned about it, and they know that it's a common thread. So just excellent job. Thank you so much to you and your staff and to Mark Ells and his staff. It's just always great to hear that we're ahead of the pack.
Vice President Schnapp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President Levesque. I have to echo what my fellow counselors have said. This was, it really was your best presentation I've seen to date, Dan. I think the flow of information, it really was comprehensive and understandable. And I would recommend that Town Manager Ells refer to it in some of his presentations, because if this could be kind of encapsulated, I think it would be a great resource for our citizens to review. I just want to ask one question that wasn't covered in the presentation. I know that all the pipes and sewer that we are planning and putting in the ground are going to be removing future nitrogen from our groundwater and our ground. Are we still pursuing any activities that would remove nitrogen that's already, moving along into our water bodies? Shellfish, PRBs?
Yes. Yes, we're and I'm sorry I didn't include that. That's the alternatives, primarily in the Marston's Mills River watershed, with dredging, dredging Mill Pond, doing some other options up in the river to reclaim some bogs into wetlands. We kind of put that, not really on hold, but we wanted to get our CWMP approved. And then what we've worked out with the Environmental Policy Act office is that we would then submit those as separate projects. So now we got the overarching permit. We can pick up again on those. And furthermore, we've been in conversations with the Board of Health and the chair of the Board of Health with how we can start perhaps addressing current septic systems and reducing nitrogen in the watersheds today or in the very near future with some local regulation. So that's actively being worked, and I'm sure you'll hear more about that in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all you're doing, and your staff. It's been great.
Excellent. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Town Manager Ells and Director Santos, again, great presentation, most important and information, and again, very complete, comprehensive. So thank you for the time doing that. I would like to move on. Again, we need to move on to the we should act on the minutes. Vice President Schnapp, if we could act on the minutes, including executive session, please.
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve the minutes of the Town Council meeting that was held on January 7th, 2021.
Second.
First and a second.
And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have one minor edit to the minutes. Because we didn't have public comment, which was correctly described, but under the town manager communications, it says, I think, town council response to public comment. And if that could just be amended to say town manager communication, that would be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. Any other points of information? Not seeing any? Town clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselors. Atzelis.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
Rep. Grissetti.
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Town Clerk.
Councillor Dagwan is here now.
Right.
Yes, yes. Welcome, Councilor Dagwan.
Sorry, Counselor Dagwan. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
all right. I'm trying to get in. I'm in.
Welcome. You've been here for a little bit. Okay, so moving on to councilor communications from elected officials, boards, committees, any kind of reports, correspondence, announcement. Anyone? I would like to just give an update to the Farmers to Families food box program. It hasn't been at the Cape Cod Community College since the holiday, but the good news is that it's at the Transportation Center. Right next to where the train tracks are, again, the entrance to the transportation center, and then off to the left. And you do still have to register to pick up a box, and it's this Saturday from 10 to 1. And you can get more information at the Mass Military Support Foundation website, which is S as in Sam, F as in Frank, I.org, and you can register there. And again, you can pick up from any time from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Transportation Center this coming Saturday, 35 to 40 pounds of fresh food. It's been a great turnout, great time. I did want to give a little shout out to Councilor Vice President Schnepp and Councilor Starr, who have helped out and helped us join forces with us to hand out boxes and have a great time serving the community. Without any other, I don't see any other hands.
I've got one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice President Schnepp, please.
Yes, I just wanted to commend our Director of Planning, Elizabeth Jenkins, and the Director of the Hyannis Bid, Elizabeth Worthbane, for a wonderful presentation at the MMA this afternoon. They showed a number of photos of our Hyannis Main Street during the summer and then also during the holiday season, and it did us proud. So I just wanted to thank them for their wonderful event this afternoon.
Nice work. Thank you, Vice President Schnepp. If there's no other communications, I would say it is time to take a quick break. We're going to bring in the Barnstable School Committee to do our joint meeting with the Town Council. And so when we return, they will be here and we will open that meeting and have our presentation from our Finance Director. So 5 minutes, please, and please come back. So I have my 8:24. So please be back by 8:29. Thank you. Sarah's not telling me anything otherwise, so.
We're all set to go back on the record.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So, welcome, Barnstable School Committee. This is the beginning of our annual joint meeting of the Town Council and the Barnstable School Committee. And Chairman Judge, I would like to give you now the opportunity to open your meeting and do a roll call vote. The Town Clerk and Quirk, are you going to do the roll call, or would you like Chairman Judge to do that?
Whichever works, I'm fine with it too.
Do you have the list of the members?
I have 4 of them. Is there 5?
Yeah, I'll just do it if you want.
Okay.
If it's okay with the president, I don't mind just doing it, if that's okay.
That is fine. Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm Chairman Mike Judge of the Barnstable School Committee. I would like to open our Barnstable School Committee meeting for January 21st, 2021. I'd like to open it with a roll call vote. So I will go with Joe. I can't hear you, Joe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Barbara?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Here.
Kathy?
Yes, I'm here.
And Chair is here, so we have a full roll call of our 5 of us. I would then turn the meeting back over to President Levesque.
Thank you, Chairman Judge. So at this point, our meeting is open, and I would hand the reins over to our Finance Director, Mark Milne, for a presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, counselors, school board, school committee members, Superintendent Mayo Brown. It's good to see you all this evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you an update in the town's financial condition. I'm happy to hear that you don't mind long presentations. I think I have a lengthy presentation tonight. Hopefully it's not as long as Dan's excellent presentation, but I hope you find the information helpful and informative. And joining me this evening is our Deputy Finance Director, Mr. Gareth Markwell, who is the overseer of all school-related finance activity on behalf of our department. And so with that said, I will share my screen and we'll get right into the presentation here. Okay, can everybody see that? All right, thank you very much. So to start off, I would like to just review kind of what I refer to as our financial report card. And there are 2 components to this. The first being our bond rating that we receive on an annual basis from Standard & Poor's. And this is something that we go through every time when we issue a bond. This is their analytical framework that they use in determining a credit rating for a municipality. It's made up of a review of our institutional framework, our economy, the management over the financial functions of the community, financial measures, which make up about 30% of that score, and a review of our debt and contingent liabilities. All of that goes into what we call making up, or what they refer to as an indicative rating, which then gets adjusted either up or down with positive or negative overriding factors to come to their final rating. And our last rating was in February of 2020, just before the pandemic. And we resulted in keeping our AAA bond rating with a stable outlook. On a personal level, that's like almost having an 850 score on your credit rating. It's the highest you can achieve. When they did their write-up, they viewed our economy, our management, our budget flexibility, and liquidity as very strong. They rated our budget performance, debt and contingent liability profile, and our institutional framework as strong. So all of those are positive factors that go into our bond rating. And again, we were able to maintain that AAA rating. We expect to go to the market again next month, next February, this coming February, and we will be having a conversation with Standard & Poor's again on next Tuesday. The other report card that we sort of have is our annual comprehensive annual financial report. This is a report that is reviewed by our auditors every year, and this is what is also referred to as the audit. We undergo a financial audit every year by an independent outside auditor, and their opinion, the opinion we received on that report was an unqualified or a clean opinion. You never want to receive a qualified or a disclaimer or an adverse opinion. You want to get an unqualified opinion. And I'm happy to say that we once again received an unqualified opinion on that report. Some highlights in that report include the change in our net position increasing $26 million. The net position is your community's total assets minus its total liabilities. So our assets increased over our liabilities by another $26 million. And a lot of that had to do with capital investment in our infrastructure, as well as strong budgetary performance. We had unassigned fund balance increased by $5.4 million, which is the accounting term used in the industry for available fund balance for appropriation. So that increased by $5.4 million. Our governmental type fund balances increased over $10 million. These are all funds excluding enterprise funds and trust funds. So everything including our general fund and our special revenue funds and our capital project funds are considered governmental type fund balances, and those increased $10 million. Our investment in capital assets increased $32 million. We continue to make a significant investment in our capital assets across the town. All of that good news is tempered a little bit by some very high liabilities associated with pensions and health insurance. Health insurance being our other post-employment benefits liability. These two liabilities are considerable, but no worse than every other city and town across the United States of America. These are typical liabilities that you will see on the statement of net position for any local government. And our share of the Mass Teachers Retirement System's liability is $147 million. Now, the good news around all of this is that we are on a funding schedule for that county pension liability and paying that off. We are assessed every year. That liability will be paid off by the year 2035. We are required to pay off a portion of that unfunded liability on an annual basis. So that is on a funding schedule, and that's required by law. The other post-employment benefits liability is not required to be on an amortized funding schedule. However, the town has been actively building a trust fund for the past few years, and we have close to $6 million in that fund, and we continue to add or to increase the amount of money that we put into that fund on an annual basis to address that liability. And the MTRS liability is actually a liability of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The town of Barnstable doesn't have to pay anything towards that liability, but that is an enormous liability for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts when you consider all of the teachers across the Commonwealth that are part of that system. So having reviewed those two, I'd like to next go into a review of our FY 2020 budget performance for the past fiscal year just ended. We had a very strong budget surplus at the end of the fiscal year, even though the pandemic started in the last quarter of the fiscal year. Here is our general fund revenue by category, and you can see that every category exceeded its revenue estimate, with the exception of intergovernmental revenue. But overall, we collected $2.7 million more in revenue than what we expected. And a lot of that had to do with pre-pandemic. We were trending very strong in many of these categories. And then, but even after the pandemic hit us in the last quarter of the fiscal year, we didn't see a significant drop off in revenues, fortunately. So we ended on a very positive note here with over $2.7 million in revenue exceeding our budget estimates. On the expenditure side, we returned over $4.2 million in unexpended appropriations. As you know, we put in place in the last quarter of the fiscal year, due to the pandemic, some expenditure controls. We froze a lot of vacant positions, not hiring those, not knowing how the pandemic might impact us, and that resulted in budgetary savings. We also cut all of our discretionary spending, and we tried to make as many modifications to non-discretionary spending as we could. And those measures led to us returning over $4.2 million of unexpended budget appropriations. So both the excess revenue that we earned and these returned budget appropriations helped increase our reserves. In the enterprise funds, we had a favorable budget variance in 8 out of our 9 enterprise funds, as you can see here. The Gulf Enterprise Fund was the only exception. This was the one enterprise fund operation that was significantly impacted by the public health emergency, as it hit us in the last quarter of our fiscal year, which is one of the busiest times for the Gulf Enterprise Fund. They were literally shut down for weeks, and we could not open and generate any revenue out of that facility. However, fortunately, with proper planning, we had a reserve in place that covered that $267,000 unfavorable budget variance at the close of the fiscal year, and they still have reserves remaining. But as you can see, all of the other enterprise fund operations had favorable budget variances. We even budgeted to use some of the surplus in 7 out of our 9 enterprise funds, but in every case, with the exception of the golf course, we used less surplus than what we budgeted in most of those cases, resulting in favorable budget variances. So now moving to a quick review of our reserve fund balances. As a result of all of those favorable budget variances, we ended up with close to $40 million in total free cash certified by the Department of Revenue. Most of that is in the Sewer Enterprise Fund and the General Fund. Our General Fund free cash balance increased from $14.7 million to $18.5 million. And again, it was all a result of that favorable budget variances, which drove that increase in free cash. I wanted to show you an illustration here of what our free cash has looked like over the past 10 years. It has grown from $10.7 million from the certification date of July 1st, 2011 to $18.5 million as of our last certification date. As you can see, on average, we've been using about $2.9 million of this reserve to balance our operating budgets on an annual basis, and about $1.5 million for the capital program on an annual basis. We had 3 fiscal years, fiscal year 14, fiscal year 17, and fiscal year 19, where we actually contributed a significant amount of money to our capital trust fund. $7 million from the July 1, 2013 certification date, $4 million from the 2016 certification date, and another $4 million from the 2018 certification date. So from time to time, we take some of this free cash and we put it into our capital trust fund to help augment our capital program. But what this illustrates is that we have a structurally balanced budget. We can use upwards of $3 million of our reserves on an annual basis to balance our operating budget because we're generating more than that on an annual basis to replenish it. So when you look at it from that lens, what it tells you is that the way we've been using our reserves to balance the operating budget we have not been over relying on the reserve to balance recurring costs because we have been successfully replenishing that on an annual basis through returned appropriations and actual revenues exceeding our budget estimates. This is the illustration of the percentage of the operating budget that those reserves can cover. Organizations and bond rating agencies recommend that anywhere between 8 to 16% is an adequate reserve fund balance. We meet or exceed that for most of our operations, with the exception of our golf enterprise fund and our water enterprise fund. Those two reserve levels are on the lower side of that scale, but every other fund is in a very strong position when it comes to a percentage of the budget, what the reserve is as a percentage of the budget. Just of note here to, if you weren't aware, we do have several trust funds available for meeting some of the costs in town. These are some of our larger trust funds. There's multiple trust funds, of course, and but this, I just wanted to bring these to your attention in case you weren't aware of them. These all have specific purposes, not part of the operating budget. Next, we'll move into a review of the general fund revenue trends, as this is good to look at from time to time or every year as we prepare our operating budgets. The first is our tax levy growth and our override capacity. Tax levy has grown from 97 million to 132 million from the time period of fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 2021. Even with that growth in the tax levy, notice our override capacity continues to grow as well. And why is that? It's because of our town property value continues to grow. However, we can't access the override capacity, which is represented by the green bar here, without voter approval. So even though we have, our tax levy has grown from 97 million to 132 million, we have not eroded any of our override capacity. And that, again, that's a result of our increasing property values. Hopefully you got a revised list that I sent out today. Last night I sent you out this presentation, which included an older list from last year, but we just received an updated list this morning of the top 10 taxpayers in the town of Barnstable. We have two utilities on here, 3 shopping centers, a couple of country clubs, and 2 new entries on this list, the one being the GS Barnstable landowner, which is the apartment complexes out on Independence Drive, and the Cape Cod 5-cent savings bank. Those 2 taxpayers broke the top 10 this year. And why is this important to know who your top 10 taxpayers are? Because it's important because you don't want to have your over-reliance on any 1 or 2 particular taxpayers as part of your levy. Collectively, our top 10 taxpayers only pay 3.65% of the total tax levy. And that's a very strong and enviable position to be in. If you had one taxpayer paying 10% of your property taxes a year and something happened to that taxpayer, for example, the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant that was closed, that was a significant taxpayer to the town of Plymouth for years. When they closed, the taxes that they used to pay got shifted to every other taxpayer in town. So it's important not to over-rely on any one single taxpayer, but we have a very diverse group of taxpayers, and we're not over-relying on any one in particular. Our new property growth over the past 20 years, you can see how this is all over the place, but it generally follows the economy. Back in 2008, we had $1.2 million of new property tax growth, and then it fell significantly after the recession to a level of $588,000 by fiscal year 2012. But as you can see, we've had a steady growth in our new property tax growth every year since then, with the exception of a couple here, to a high of $1.4 million a couple of years ago. But now we're starting to see a gradual decline in new property tax growth again. I would anticipate this to decline again in fiscal year 22, but then once we get through this public health emergency, I think we'll get back to the 1 million or greater level on an annual basis. We do have property tax debt exclusions that we add to the levy every year. We had some larger ones for the local school bonds that have been completely paid off by fiscal year 19, and then fiscal year 20, we had a new one introduced, which was the one approved for the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School's new building. That is now added to our tax levy every year based on the assessment that we receive for our share of the construction bonds that they issued to build that new school. Fiscal year 22, the projected amount that we must pay towards that fell from $1.9 million to $1.7 million. So how is that determined? Well, they take the enrollments as of October 1st every year, and they allocate that construction debt cost to the member communities in that school district based on student population. As you can see, Barnstable's population fell from about 31% of the overall population to about 27% of the overall student population. That decrease in the enrollment resulted in a decrease in the assessment that we received from the Cape Cod Tech High School on the debt service. So that'll go up and down every year depending upon our number of students and versus the total number of students that attend that school every year. This is how our general fund state aid has been trending over the past 10 years. As you can see, it's been a steady increase, on average about 5% a year. Very fortunate, fiscal year 21, we continue to see an increase in our Chapter 70 aid. That's really a result of the new formula, new foundation budget formula that the state put in place a couple of years ago, recognizing the additional cost school districts incur for educating high-need students, the ever-increasing cost for healthcare that we must provide for, and a couple of other items. So and the state has made a concerted effort to fund that new formula. Even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, they came through this year with additional funding. So that was good news. And we don't project this to increase as much in the outer years as we put together our 5-year projection. However, we have been trending very well over the past 10 years in the form for intergovernmental aid. Our motor vehicle excise tax revenue has trended upwards very well over the past few years. Again, this is very much tied to the economy. You can see that soon after the last recession in 2008, this revenue source fell to just over $5 million. But it has been on a gradual increase ever since then to a record amount collected in fiscal year 20 of $8.2 million. What's interesting here is that the automobile industry was at one point pre-pandemic selling 17 million vehicles a month across the United States. That fell to about 9 million vehicles a month in April of 2020, 1 month after the pandemic. It has been on a gradual increase since then they are now exceeding 16 million vehicles a month. So the automobile industry has not been impacted by the pandemic like it was during the Great Recession 11 years ago. So that was encouraging news. We also just received our first motor vehicle excise tax commitment from the Department of Motor Vehicles this week. And I'm happy to report that that commitment was almost the same amount that we received the previous year when we hit this record $8.2 million. So that's encouraging news. However, as this pandemic continues to linger, it will all depend upon the rolling out of the vaccine and getting people back to work as to whether or not the motor vehicle industry can withstand or continue to hold with strong sales but they have so far. So that's good news for our economy. Other major trends and other major local revenue trends for Barnstable include our permitting revenue, which is a good indication of what we can potentially expect for new building growth. Our beach revenue, all of our waterside generated revenue, and our rooms and meals tax revenue. One industry that has been hit hardest by this pandemic, of course, as you all know, is the hospitality industry and the restaurant industries. We didn't see much of a decline from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 20 because again, it came in the last quarter of the fiscal year. We were doing very well with rooms and meals tax collections prior to that fourth quarter of the fiscal year. So we were able to absorb the reduction that we saw in the fourth quarter. However, in fiscal year 21, we are seeing a more significant decline in this category of revenue, but we planned for that. We adjusted the revenue estimate, we adjusted our budget spending plan to account for that. Our beachside revenue, represented by the purple lines here, still remains strong. We had one of the strongest summers that we have ever seen when it comes to our beachside generated revenue over the months of July and August. And our permitting revenue continues to remain at some of the highest levels that we've seen over the past 10 years. Not all building permits end up translating into new property tax growth. Many building permits are just taken out to replace a roof or replace windows, for example. It's really new construction, and we've had some really strong new construction in the past few years in the form of the apartments that I mentioned earlier in a Cape Cod 5-cent savings bank. And hopefully in the future, when the Kmart Plaza kicks off, the redevelopment of that plaza, that will contribute to some strong new property tax growth as well. And the Vineyard Wind project is another large project in the horizon that will contribute to strong property tax growth. Shifting over to some of our general fund expenditure trends. Here is the trend in the municipal operations and the school operating budgets for the past several years. Interestingly, the percentage breakout between school operations and municipal operations has not really changed. It's been around a 37-63% split, looking at the total appropriations over this course of time. It hasn't really fluctuated much. Being a service-oriented type of operation, naturally 80%, almost 80% of our operating budget is comprised of salaries. So when we talk about budget drivers and what drives the increases in our budgets, it's personnel costs. When we talk about reducing budgets, it's cutting positions in departments to that's really where all the money is in our operating budgets. Almost 80% of it is people. Our budget history for our fixed cost categories are illustrated here. On a good note, what is encouraging is we have not seen significant increases in our employee benefits for the past couple of years. We're not anticipating a significant increase for the upcoming fiscal year 22 as well. Information that we're getting from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group appears very positive as far as potential rate increases go. I think they'll be minimal if we do have any at all. And we received our county pension assessment for next year last week, and it was encouraging. It did not go up as we anticipated originally because the county pension system had a very, very favorable investment return on their assets in the previous year. But you can see the school assessments have increased significantly over this time period, and that's because of the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School's new construction bonds that they have to pay back that get assessed back to us. So next, moving into the FY21 budget performance, I wanted to provide you a little information as to where we stand through the first 6 months of fiscal year 2021. On the revenue side of things, our property tax collections continue to remain strong. They are consistent with previous years. And on a percentage basis, we've collected over 48.5% of our property tax levy already through the first 6 months. You're always going to be under 50% through the first 6 months because all of the increase in the tax bills fall on the third and fourth quarter tax bills, which will be collected in February 1st and May 1st. But this is a very positive trend. We're not seeing any significant drop off in property tax collection rates. Many of our property tax or property owners have their payments escrowed as they're associated with their mortgages. I think we have close to 35% of our property taxpayers are escrow their tax payments, and we receive those payments from escrow companies. Our other general fund revenue through the first 6 months are illustrated here. Short-term rentals, you can see we had a significant increase in short-term rental collections the first 6 months over last year's first 6 months. I think that was pandemic induced. We had a lot of people coming down to the Cape during the this first 6-month period, and which contributed to this level of revenue being generated. It's going to be very interesting to see if we can continue that next year during the same time period, if we're out of the pandemic. Going in the other direction is our rooms and meals tax here, as you can see. Again, these have been significantly impacted by the public health emergency, and we anticipated those to drop off, and we have budgeted appropriately. Actually, the meals tax doesn't even go into the general fund, so it doesn't impact the general fund operating budget. But 2/3 of our rooms tax does go into the general fund, and that did have a budgetary impact. Our beach revenue, again, as I mentioned earlier, very strong. Highest level we've seen for the first 6 months over the last 5 years. We had a lot of visitors attending our beaches, and our parking revenue was up significantly. Our permit revenue is still strong. This is building permits, wiring permits, plumbing permits, still very strong for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, not too far behind last year, and above fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 17 levels. Fiscal year 18 was the highest we've ever had. And our motor vehicle excise tax revenue for the first 6 months, again, still very strong, no significant drop off in the collections from the previous year. And as I mentioned, we just received that first commitment, and it's indicating that we should maintain or easily achieve the revenue estimate that we put in place for fiscal year 2021. As far as our enterprise fund revenue, everything is trending as expected. We don't see any significant issues here. The one enterprise fund that we're watching closely is the Highness Youth and Community Center. This operation was impacted significantly by the pandemic as well. However, last year we were able to reduce costs across the board, allowing us to cover the revenue deficit that they had. And we're implementing a similar program this year. The expenditures that we have approved for this operation have not been spent to the degree that we were anticipating, as the revenue hasn't come in to the degree as we have anticipated as a result of the pandemic. But you'll notice our golf operation here has had a terrific rebound. I think we've had some of the highest revenue generation over the first 6 months that we've seen in a long time from our golf operations. It was one activity that people could participate in when they finally were allowed to open back up. And we had a strong summer and a strong fall season at both our golf courses. And that continues even through the month of January. The general fund operating budget as of December 31st is illustrated here. As you can see, we're halfway through the year and most of our operations are below the halfway spending point. With the exception of a couple in licensing, we had to bring on an extra staff person due to an employee being out of work for a while. So we had to backfill that with an additional staff person. And the council appropriated money recently for that, so that operation will come in within budget. The community services department is closer to 60% at this point in time, and that is typical for that operation because they spend a lot of money in the months of July and August on seasonal wages, managing the beaches. And so they are trending where they normally would at this point in time. As well as our fixed costs, they're always going to trend higher than 50% through the first half of the fiscal year because we have to make a large pension payment on July 1 every year, the first day of the fiscal year. But everyone is tracking well. Our school department is under 50% halfway through the year as expected. Teachers don't come back onto the payroll until September. So the early first 6 months of the fiscal year, school spending is always under 50%. The enterprise fund operations are trending as expected as well. We don't see any significant issues here. Again, here's the HYCC. You can see they're well below 50% through the first 6 months. Again, because we're not incurring the cost that we originally anticipated. We're saving a lot of money on utilities out there and part-time wages or seasonal wages as a result of limited activity. So with the pandemic, we have been the fortunate recipient of a lot of CARES Act money. The airport in particular was the very fortunate recipient of almost $18 million under the CARES Act program. That grant can be used for any airport-related expenditure or capital expense or operating expense or capital expense in over the next 4-year period. So that grant will put our airport in a very strong financial position over the next 4 years, as well as allow them to more aggressively implement their capital improvement program. So very fortunate, and we're going to be in a very strong position there. We received $682,000 under the HUD program in the form of CDBG monies. Only about $140,000 has been committed to date, and their purpose, what I've listed here, what the purposes of each one of these grants are for. We've received some money from Barnstable County that was passed through the federal government. We've committed all of that to public health staffing. We've received some U.S. Department of Justice money for our police staffing and equipment that's been committed. Some elementary and secondary school relief money that has been fully committed for classroom equipment and Chromebooks. Some more school relief money that has almost been totally committed at this point in time, as well as $3.9 million in a coronavirus relief fund municipal program, which we're using for multiple things: personal protective equipment, setting up a remote workforce, which includes technology and digitizing records, testing, COVID testing, staffing, signage, social distancing measures in the workplace, plexiglass shields, for example, and cleaning and disinfecting buildings. As I mentioned earlier this evening, when Assistant Town Manager Clyburn was on, we will use this fund to help roll out the vaccines when we get into the next phase. We're in a position where we can bring on additional staff, professional staff, to help us get the community vaccinated, and we will use this program as it is an allowed expenditure under this program. I'm going to stop there and turn it over to our Deputy Finance Director, Gareth Markwell, who's going to review some of our student enrollment trends and school spending trends.
Thank you, Mark. I'll give Mark a chance to take a sip of water and a breath. So why do we present student enrollment and school spending trends to you at this joint meeting? Well, as Mark illustrated earlier, we do make up just over 60% of our annual operating budget. So if we look at enrollment for Massachusetts to start with, we can see in 2016-17 school year, Massachusetts had a student population of just over 953,000 students. Annually, the state looks to lose about 0.5 to 1.5% enrollment as being the trend. But if you look to FY21, the current year, we have not been immune to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Statewide, where districts have reported a total loss of 37,000 students statewide. The graph here just illustrates the sharp decline year over year. Where those students are going, we have seen significant increases statewide in transfers to private schools, a change from FY20 of just over 5,800 students, and then a significant increase in students opting for homeschooling in this school year. As you can see on this chart, in FY20, statewide, we were looking at approximately 802 students opting for homeschooling. That number jumped up to 7,188 students, or an increase of just over 6,300 students opting for homeschool over last year. So significant changes for any district or even the Commonwealth to absorb. Next slide. The change in enrollment from the state can also be reflected in our local Cape region. If we look at our surrounding communities, Bourne, Yarmouth, Falmouth, Mashpee, Monomoy, Noiset, and Sandwich, you can see there in the blue their enrollment for the current fiscal year, FY21. And the red bar is the change in students from the prior year. So almost all districts, with the exception of the Voc schools and the charter schools, have seen significant declines coming into fiscal year 21, really far exceeding what we would typically see in a declining enrollment environment. Next slide. If we look at Barnstable students attending public schools, we had a population of 5,041 students in FY20. We're down to 4,713 students this school year per our October 1st student reporting. We have 169 students at the Regional Technical High School in Harwich. As Mark illustrated earlier, that decrease in FY21 significantly impacts FY22's assessment for the construction of the new high school, so somewhat of a benefit to us. We did see an increase in Commonwealth charter school attendance, up to 301 students this year, and a small increase in the net number of students being sent out, up to 137 under the Commonwealth's school choice program. So overall, students that the town of Barnstable is responsible for at this point is roughly 5,320 students over those categories. If we look at the change in students from last year for specifically our district, we can see the change of down to 4,713 students. Our greatest decrease, again, following the state trend, we saw a loss of 133 students from last year. We had 91 students, we're up to 224 attending homeschool. We've seen a change of an additional 96 students opt for private schools. The largest contributor there would be a 53 student increase to the Cape Cod Academy. Approximately 85 students was typically what we were, well, it was what we were expecting to see per our pre-COVID enrollment projections. So we anticipate that, and we were expecting a net change of about 85 students just with the ebbs and flows of typical student enrollment and a declining enrollment environment. So again, bringing us down to a student population of this school year of 4,713 students. We're working internally to make projections for FY22 around enrollment. The pandemic has really reset the ball field as far as we have to go back and revise the assumptions that we're using. Only time will tell in the next few months as we get through this, and where the status of the public health emergency ends in the next few months, as to where our enrollment might be going back into the next school year. Looking at the Barnstable school enrollment trends in the subgroups, so looking at English language learners, students where their first language is not English, students with disabilities, and the economically disadvantaged. We have seen an increase in FY21 in all categories. Students, high need students, which is a classification for or a tally of all of these groups, we've seen an increase from 53.4% in FY20 to 57.5% of our student population being recognized in the high needs category, which again would be participating in at least one of those other four categories. Next slide. Our in-district per pupil expenditure comparison from FY14 through FY19. FY19 is really the most recent year that we have comparable districts information, which is collected through the Department of Education and Secondary Education. Where Barnstable per pupil cost in FY14 was $14,110. FY19, we're looking at $17,104. Typically, our trend has been to mirror along the, or mirror the state average, has typically been what we have seen. We were slightly ahead in FY19, the state average being $16,582. We've selected here our neighboring communities, Falmouth, Sandwich, DY, Mashpee. Typically, they have trended slightly above us in most years for a per pupil cost. In FY19, all of the Cape communities are hovering about $18,500 per pupil. We choose Medford and Marlborough as comparable districts. When we put our information together, we're able to compare similar staff, similar student demographics and property wealth factors. Those two communities mirror us in some aspects. So we're able to get a more of a apples to apple comparison. Medford, again, FY19, $18,131 to our $17,104. And then Marlborough at $16,385. So they're slightly below us. And I will pass that back over to Mark.
Thank you, Gareth. So just a few more slides here and then we're done. I just wanted to quickly review the fiscal year 22 operating budget and our capital program projections as we go into developing these budgets. We're looking at property tax growth of about 3.5% or $4.5 million. That's comprised of increasing the property tax base levy by 2.5%, as well as a factor for new property growth of $750,000, which is less than what we've been achieving for the past several years, but we're taking a conservative approach to what our new growth may be due to the public health emergency. So our other taxes, we're projecting a $250,000 increase. We had set the motor vehicle excise tax revenue estimate at $7 million in fiscal year 21. We feel comfortable raising that to $7,250,000. Which is the major part of this category, due to the most recent commitment that we've received, as well as the resurgence in the automobile industry nationwide. We are conservatively approaching state aid and not projecting any increase in state aid. The state just passed their fiscal year 21 budget. And so who knows what's going to happen with fiscal year 22. And the passage of that budget, they used a lot of the rainy day funds to balance the fiscal year 22 budget. However, latest reports from the state comptroller's office indicate that revenue collections are strong at the state level. In all our other revenue categories, we have a very slight increase for a total increase in estimated revenues of just over $4.8 million. Our general fund fixed costs are projected to increase about $1.5 million collectively, the largest category again being employee benefits. Most of that increase is centered along retired employees' health insurance and some pension assessments, some smaller pension assessment increases that are smaller than what we were originally anticipating. But that growth of $1 million in employee benefits is much less than what we have seen in prior years. So that is, again, trending positively. And really, smaller increases in school assessments and other fixed costs than what we've seen in prior years, but collectively about a 2.3% increase or $1.5 million over the current fiscal year. So when we subtract those fixed costs from the revenue growth, we're left with about $3.3 million of money available to balance our operating budgets, which means we're looking at about a 3% increase in both the municipal side of the operations and the school operations. And that's currently what we're working on, is developing a budget within that revenue sharing formula. As far as the capital program goes, we have had $469 million of submissions for the next 5 years. That includes $141 million for the comprehensive wastewater management plan. We funded about $140 million over the past 5 years in capital improvements. Our projections for over the next 10 years are that we can fund about another $147 million from the capital trust funds before we max out that fund's capacity. Our sewer construction fund, we think we can cover $3 to $3.5 million available per year with the existing resources that we've created. That's the equivalent of a loan payment and about $80 million worth of capital amortized over 30 years at 1.5%. We can't get to all of the CWMP's projects over the next 5 years, which are $140 million, but we can get to $80 million with existing resources, which is why the need that we're talking about sewer assessments and debt exclusions. And the enterprise fund capital programs will be largely dependent upon any rate increases that we put in place in there to fund those. For future projections, we're finalizing our 5-year projection now, which we'll be providing you a copy of in the near future. We expect, again, a reduction in new property tax growth for fiscal year 22, but then it will rebound in years after to at least $1 million a year. We feel that motor vehicle excise tax receipts will level off at around $8 million per year. So we're going to gradually increase that revenue estimate till we get to that $8 million level. And keep a close eye on that. We don't expect state aid to grow as much as it has over the past 5 years, which has been about 5%. So we're projecting about a 3% increase over the next 5 years. We do think room and meals tax revenue will recover to pre-pandemic levels once we're past this public health emergency. And we believe permitting and waterside revenue will continue to perform well. They have for the past 12 months, and we don't have any reason to believe that they will not continue. And interest rates will hold steady over this time period as well. We don't expect a significant increase in either the rates that we invest money at or the rates that we incur on our borrowings. Some of the major expenditure drivers, again, are going to be our labor contracts, and our personnel costs, which were built into the 5-year projection at 2 to 3% per year. Employee benefit costs will be higher than inflation, or 5 to 7% per year. That's really where they trended prior to this past year. We have been a beneficiary of no rate increases for 2 years in a row, and possibly through a third year here with the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group. They will be setting their rates next month, so we'll have that information then. We do continue to expect to see a growth in high-need student populations as a percentage of our overall student population going out. Our utility and fuel budgets have trended downwards over the past few years because of the lower cost of energy. And hopefully that will continue. We've also put in place a lot of energy efficiency improvements in our buildings with new lighting, and we're working to replace AC units and rooftop ventilators in our school buildings. All of those lead to more efficient equipment, reducing our energy bills, and also the natural gas and the oil industries have helped keep our fuel costs down that we use in our vehicles, as well as heating our buildings. We do expect in the future that at some point coastal resiliency will become a larger factor in the development of our capital and operating budgets. We have had one appropriation to date to deal with some issues that we've had on the northern side of town in Barnstable Village. And we do expect that will grow as an issue for us in the future. And that issue also significantly impacts our property and casualty insurance rates. That's a nationwide phenomenon. As these natural disasters occur throughout the country, it affects the reinsurance industry, and that affects all of us. You may have seen it in your own homeowner's insurance policy over the past several years. These insurance costs continue to rise for the town as well as a result of what happens across the country with these natural disasters, whether they're wildfires or floods. And so the results in our 5-year forecast look as though we're going to have a manageable decrease in our general fund reserves to address our operating budgets over the next 5 years. So that concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Opening the floor to any questions. Thank you, Finance Director Milne. Really appreciate it. And why don't we start with school committee member Joseph Nystrom.
Hey, Mr. Milne, Mark, thank you very much. Great presentation. I just have a quick question about MTRS liabilities. It was my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, that MTRS was primarily funded by members and the state, where the state was considered the employer. And I just didn't know that districts contributed to the retirement. If you could explain that 100 how that works, I was just curious.
Yes, that MTRS liability is a footnote in our financial statements. It is not a liability on our financial statements. However, we must disclose it in our financial statements because in the event that the state were ever to default on that or transfer that liability to the town of Barnstable, it's good to disclose what that could be. But you're absolutely right. We do not pay anything towards the Mass Teachers Retirement System. Our employees do have a portion of their paycheck or their salary withheld from their paycheck. That is, they are all contributors to that system, but it's a liability of the state, and the Commonwealth covers the unfunded liability.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Bogan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mark. I know I've said it to you privately, and I think I've said it publicly. I think you do an outstanding job, and AAA bond rating and characterized as stable is a testament to that. So kudos to you. One question I have is with regard to pro forma projections for state aid at 3%. Was that adjusted as a result of the experience over the last year, or no, there was no reason to adjust?
Yeah, we did adjust it downward as a result of what's happened over the last year. However, we are optimistic that once we're through the public health emergency, our economy statewide will rebound and the state will see an increase in their revenues, and that should correspondingly result in them more aggressively funding this new Chapter 70 formula that they have put in place. So I would expect that will translate to more a slight increase in state aid for the town of Barnstable, perhaps more than 3%, back to the levels that we've been seeing previously, closer to 5% perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Atzelis, please.
Director Milne, thank you for the report. Under COVID grants awarded to date, the Housing and Urban Development Grant of $682,259. $140,000 has been spent or committed to date. Compared to the other grants, that seems like a small percentage. What's happening with the rest of that grant? When will that be awarded? How is it being awarded, especially when you look at small businesses that are struggling, childcare, food security? They all need help.
Yes, thank you for that question, Councilor. I believe our Director of Planning and Development, Elizabeth Jenkins, is still here, who her department oversees that. If she would like to respond to that, I'll direct that one towards you. Sorry, Elizabeth.
It's okay. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the question?
So on the COVID grants awarded to date slide, Housing and Urban Development, $682,259 is the amount. To date, $140,000 has been spent or committed. Compared to the other grants, that's certainly a much smaller percentage of what's been spent or committed. Why is that? Especially the small businesses need support, food security, and the such.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Etzeles, for the question. That grant actually rolled out in 2 different rounds, a round 1 and a round 3. So we've committed the vast majority, actually the majority, almost all, of our first round grant, and we committed that to, as Director Milne stated, to childcare, to remote learning, to food security, to homelessness needs, really human services needs in the first round of the grant. There was actually, again, a delay in getting the funds in the bank from the federal government on the CV3 round. We actually don't have those funds in the bank yet. So while we have done program development with some of our partners to provide that small business assistance, we are still waiting on the federal government to deliver that money to us here on Cape Cod. So again, we've been working on that program development, and as soon as that money hits the bank, we will be ready to roll it out. Again, with a priority to small business assistance.
Given any indication when that might happen?
Any day, really. I expect that towns are beginning to receive those funds, and I anticipate having that money available very shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Elizabeth. School committee member Stephanie Ellis, please.
I just want to add, just as a point of information for the town council members that may not be aware, in the slides that were presented in regards to the student enrollment and the decrease in the sharp decrease in student enrollment, it's predicted that if the Chapter 70 funding stays consistent, then we could then have a sharp decrease in our projected funds for Chapter 70 because of the student enrollment. The school committee as a whole has formulated a letter that has gone out to our representatives from the House and the Senate to ask for our district to be held harmless for the decrease in our student enrollment, which mirrors the state enrollment in public schools. So we're very aware of that decrease in student enrollment, and we're very aware of the Chapter 70 formula, and so are districts across the state. So we're trying to head that off and try to fight that from the legislative side of it as well.
Thank you for that point of information. That's appreciated. Councilor Hebert, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is basically a follow-up of Councilor Atzeles's comment on HUD, and so I'm hoping that Director Jenkins is still with us. Yes. Thank you, Director Jenkins. So a follow-up on the COVID grant from HUD. Are we able to give, or have we been giving any help and relief to folks with their rent and or their mortgages?
Oh, yes. We actually, so not actually through that funding source, although I believe we could, but through our Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund Board, did make an award and partnered with Housing Assistance Corporation to provide rental assistance to our homeowners. So there were a number of other state programs, RAF, that rolled out at the same time. So the trust, the Affordable Housing Trust, partnered with RAF, or with, I'm sorry, HAC, Housing Assistance Corporation, to administer those funds. So yes, we're actually set to get an update on that tomorrow morning at the trust fund. So I would be happy to report back to the council on that.
Thank you. So then if we do get all of the full $683,000, will some of our funds that we're using from our affordable housing fund be replenished?
So we could certainly augment the amount of money we're providing for rental assistance, and one of the uses of allowable uses of community development block grant funds is affordable housing. We wouldn't necessarily be able to replenish the fund, but we could certainly fund other affordable housing projects as we do regularly with that money.
Okay, now, and I'm not trying to diminish what we're giving to our small businesses, because they're, I'm not trying to compete one with the other. I was just making sure that we're covering all the bases.
Yeah, we actually have allocated that the community, the second round, the CB3 money, at least initially in equal parts, housing, small business assistance, and human services. We can amend that as we see the need going forward. But our plan that we did seeks to equally distribute that fund across those three categories.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hebert. Back to Councilor Atzlis, please.
So to whomever can answer this question, looking at the slide, Barnstable students public school enrollment, I mean, since 2017, enrollment's been decreasing, obviously leading to its greatest decrease between 2020 and 2021. COVID aside, do we know why it's trending down, why it's been trending down the last 4 years? In other words, are surveys being taken, or questions being asked of the students and or their parents when they are leaving the system to go elsewhere, finding out why this is happening?
Yes, thank you for the question, Counselor. I can answer that. We do survey our parents in terms of why they're leaving the system. I would offer that the CAPE in its entirety is seeing a decline in student enrollment. As CAPE superintendents, we've met with a number of experts on how the CAPE has been declining in terms of having young families and therefore school-age children. So it's not unique. I would offer it's not unique to Barnstable. Every CAPE district is seeing it.
Okay, but what are the reasons? That was my question. I understand that it's consistent with the other school systems across the Cape, but what is the reason for them wanting to leave the Barnstable school system and go elsewhere?
So some are moving off Cape, as an example, right? So families are leaving the Cape. Some are choosing to go to other school systems for a smaller school setting, for example. As you think about the size of our schools, both the 4-5 building, the 6-7 building, some feedback we get from parents that those buildings are too large, as an example. So there's a variety of reasons. I can't say to you it's this particular reason or that. It's, families are making decisions based on their child's needs.
Okay, I don't mind hearing a variety of reasons at some point, but thank you for answering some of them.
Sorry, Councilor Raffacetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mark and Gareth, for the presentation. And hello to my school committee members. This meeting annually, I guess I always think about the revenue sharing, and we're talking about the enrollment. And for me, I think enrollment and revenue sharing should go somewhat hand in hand. And my fellow counselor Atlas pointed out the trends in the last 4 years, but I mean, I could see when a high of over 7,000 students in the town of Barnstable back in 1998. And we've lost over 2,000 students as of now. That's concerning. I think one of the factors, as the superintendent stated, was young families perhaps moving off Cape, but also the world has seen a decrease in population. So we're not growing at the rate that we used to. But that leads me to my concern about the 37-63 split. The school department has closed 5 facilities. In between 2003 and 2009, they shuttered 5 schools, repurposed, the Osterville Bay School, sold off the Hyannis School, and turned back Marston's Mills and Katuitt. So I think it is high time that the manager, the superintendent, Gareth, Mark Milne, the president of the council, and the chair of the school committee get together and talk about revenue sharing. I especially when this presentation was preceded by Mr. Santos's suggestion, or not suggestion, but fact, and Mark L's, lofty and much needed CWMP that's going to need to be funded. So I'd like to see some monies returned to the town of Barnstable's residents to help with the infrastructure needs going forward in the next 30 years. And if that means looking at the revenue sharing, I think we need to do that. Thank you.
Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, President Levesque. I echo Councilor Rep Brisset's concerns. I sat on the town's asset management committee, the town council subcommittee, and we have been evaluating properties that were shifted from the school department to the town. And I learned that it was no gift. It's become a liability. And it's been expensive for the town to keep secure and to maintain. And the asset management committee is looking to dispose of those or somehow deal with these properties that were gifted from the school department. So I do share that is of concern, especially with severe declining enrollment. I would also like to thank Director Milne for this comprehensive evaluation. I just would like to ask regarding the enterprise funds that are presented on page 9 that surprisingly showed surpluses this year. Are those reserves staying with those enterprise funds? If I may ask that, please, through you, President Levesque.
Yes, those reserves are all enterprise fund reserves, and they can only be used to either cover operating or capital costs or fee mitigation. They can't be transferred over to the general fund.
Councilor Dagwan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the presentation that the finance director gave was an excellent one. Mark always does a very thorough presentation. If pretty concise, and it shows that we are in pretty good shape here on the Cape. I just look at the reserves and things that we have, and when I hear us talking about the Gulf uh, Enterprise Fund didn't do too well, but yet I mean, they came around, they survived. We worked again to try to bring them back. I'd like to see us put the same effort into our children. This school system right now, being an educator, has so many students that speak so many different languages. Schools are not like they used to be. You have children coming from different places, and it puts a big burden on the school department to have to print out things in so many different languages, try to communicate with students. And the enrollment may be going down in in terms of some students, but in terms of students of color, it's increasing. And low income students, that you have, it's a lot of remedial work. That's also, we look at circuit breakers. These are students with um, autism has increased in our schools, and you have to have specific kinds of programs for it. Parents are struggling here. It's no doubt. It's expensive to live here on, and we see it in the housing. Everybody's saying, they can't afford to live here. You have even college students coming back. They're living with parents because they can't afford to live here. But one thing that brings people to the Cape, and many of you who have lived here on the Cape, you got a great education, a wonderful education. And that's because the town kept that ratio. You put the time and effort into doing that. And I think we have to continue to give as much support to our young people as we do to our seniors, as we do to our recreational activities. It just needs to be a little bit more of a better balance. The things are going to change. I don't, they go up and down. And I do feel as though the school system got hit with a big issue this year. And not only the schools, the whole town. This pandemic really hurt all the businesses. I don't think now's the time to start pulling money away from these kinds. I think we just try to stabilize it and continue doing what we've been doing. I have lots of confidence in the town. I have lots of confidence just hearing what our financial director has just said, how well we're doing, how much reserves. Let's try to look on the positive side. Let's keep our young people who have lost so much over this year alone that's going to have to be made up. And the superintendent and the school committee and teachers and all of them out there are trying, and parents are trying to do their very best to make this as a successful year as they can. But we all know that we're taking quite a few steps back. And those of us who already have an education, it's not going to affect us. It's affecting the children who are the class of 2020, which I call the pandemic class of 2020 or COVID, because many of them didn't get a chance to finish out their senior year, didn't get a chance to graduate. And the next class coming along, when we're trying to do this virtual learning, and we're still trying to juggle it. I just want to give a shout out and some support to our school department. Being a town, a school committee member myself, I was a part of this, the school system when we had to cut school. We had to shut down. I would have made some other decisions, but we had to come together as a school committee and do what we thought was best. Um, we wanted to shut down the school in my precinct, Hyannis East. Hyannis East had the largest population of students in any school, any elementary school here in Barnstable. And what we did was, and I had to fight to keep, they wanted to close the school, shut it down. I had to fight to keep a school in this neighborhood. And we didn't get to keep Hyannis East, but we did get to keep a school in a neighborhood where there was so many children that we definitely needed to have a school next to the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. All the ball fields were out there. Hyannis East Elementary School was the one that was getting shut down. I felt at the time, why couldn't we, instead of busing them to Hyannis West, Osterville had a low student population, Patuit did, elementary. Why didn't we bus some of those children to those schools so those schools could stay in effect and work? Instead, we kind of crowded some of the elementary school. But I'm, being a person who has seen what has happened, school choice. When charter schools came in, had more choice. They didn't have to send them to the high school. When the Catholic schools, some parents wanted their children to have more of a religious sort of structured type of education. But I think we have to also look at school choice as why our numbers don't look like they used to. But we also have to look at the type of students that we have and the type of money that our schools are spending right now to, I think, to give our children the best education that they can. And we all got a good education. Let's please, at this time, don't think of shifting our school budget and not holding on to the balance that we've had over the many years in terms of the 60-40 split. It's been a wonderful thing. And I hear all the time, Barnstable is ahead in so many areas. So are we in terms of education. You got some good parents, and you got a decent school committee and superintendent just doing the very best they can. Let's do what we can to support.
Thank you, Councilor Dagwan, and I appreciate your words. And there is no doubt that this is a very challenging time and challenging time to be a school committee member and challenging time to be superintendent of schools. No doubt about it. And very sentiments. I'm one of my oldest son is class of 2020, so I appreciate what they had to go through and moving forward. So that being said, school committee member Joseph Nystrom, you had your hand up for a long time. You're next.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to address Councilor Clark and also Councilor Grassetti about talking about the split. And as a teacher of 20 years, I know it's a simple solution is to look at numbers the way you want to see them, and then I think that the solution is to just spend less money. But if you go back to Gareth's presentation, you'll realize that we are spending about average. But if you look at our student population, it's more challenging than a lot of average schools. I've been teaching for 20 years, and it's very easy to sit back if you're not in the business and say, oh, schools are doing too much. Why do they have to do all this? Just teach them how to add and subtract and read, and that's it, and just get out. Well, we can't just do that anymore because we are mandated to do so much more. We're mandated as a school to do so much more than we did when I started in 2000, before MCAS, before so many things have changed. It's a different ballgame right now, and it costs more, and those mandates were unfunded. So that's just something to consider. The job's more difficult than it's ever been. It's more complex than you can even imagine, and cutting right now, as Councilor Dagwan said, it would be I think would be a horrendous idea. Thank
you. Councilor Cohen, please.
Yes, thank you. So I don't think there's anything wrong with examining the split. I mean, I think it's fiscally responsible for everybody to get together, hammer it out, do the math, and see if indeed what Joe Nystrom says, which I think is true, is that it's more expensive per pupil and there's a lot more you have to pay for per pupil, and it's more demanding per pupil. I think that's fine. My concern is and has been for a very long time the vision that we have or don't have for our kids. So, when I look at the budget, like last year when I couldn't support it, to me there was a real lack of future for our kids. I want to see a vision for our kids that go to school in Barnstable. We have no control over curriculum as council members. We just vote the numbers up or down. But, it's for me to vote for a budget, I need to see that there's something that came out of COVID. Like we are going to launch a robust online presence, make every kid bilingual. I don't know, something that has a real vision for our children moving forward. Because frankly, we have a very high salaried superintendent. And when you look at the ratings for Barnstable schools, it's not that high, commensurate with what we pay. So I look for a real vision for our kids, where I can say, my kid is going to Barnstable school systems not because it's the public school system in my town, because it's my choice, because it's the best, because they're a leader, because this, and this. That's what I look for. Because, as Councillor Dagwan said, in every other area, we definitely are. Look at our public works director, look at our finance director, look at our town manager, so I believe we really need to have a stronger vision for our children. As a mom of a seventh grader, I will say that a silver lining to COVID, and I'm totally sick of silver linings with COVID, but the silver lining to COVID is listening to the teachers interact with my child while he's home and him with them. And I have to write the letters yet. I've only written a few of them, but I am very thankful for the thoughtful responses and the unending patience and really the effort that goes into educating, 24 kids at a time on a Zoom class. So I mean, that has definitely been a silver lining for me with regard to COVID. But I firmly believe that in order to support this year's school budget, I'm going to need to see something that pans out for generations to come, that this is a mark that Barnstable is going to make for all children moving forward. And we're using COVID as a reason to morph this into getting more kids into our school or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Collins. Councilor Atlas, please. You're on mute.
First time, right? Thank you, Councilor Coleman, my fellow councilors along these lines. I don't think there's a councilor here that would look to do anything to jeopardize the education and the services that the students are receiving. So to think that would be, I think, inaccurate. I think what we're getting at here is we want to make sure that the budget is being spent appropriately. And as the newest member on the council, one of my questions is, will we have the ability to see how the budget is being spent, where it's being spent, to make sure it's being spent as efficiently as possible to benefit the students as much as possible? Because like any enterprise, whether it's private or public, federal, state, or local, I'm sure there's some waste. I'm sure there's some redundancy. I'm sure there's some areas that maybe budget could be spent elsewhere and be directed towards the children instead of something else, and whatever that something else is. I hope that we'll be able to see it when we have an opportunity to review the budget. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Atlas. School committee member Barbara Dunn, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Dagwan, for highlighting the demands of high needs students, which only keep increasing. What I wanted to mention is one of the byproducts of COVID is going to be, we haven't yet seen the magnitude of mental health issues that's going to be thrust upon the schools. And I have a lot of concern about where we're going to get the resources to support the enormous needs in the mental health area. So even once restrictions move in a better direction, we're still going to be dealing with a lot of the consequences that the pandemic has brought, and that all comes with cost. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. School committee member Stephanie Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to thank Councillor Dagwan for your words in support of the school system. I know that you've sat in our seat. You have worked many a school budget in your time and also worked a town council budget. So you actually are the only person here tonight that sees both sides. So I do appreciate and value the words that you shared tonight. I would like to share with everyone tonight some statistics that I was able to pull together and shared with my fellow school committee members at the end of the school year last year, just to give some perspective of the needs within our district. So 23.6% of students at Barnstable Public Schools have English as a second language, and the state average is 23%. Barnstable High School is higher. 12.6% of students in Barnstable Public Schools are English language learners. The state is at 10.8%. 17% of students at Barnstable Public Schools have disabilities, and the state average is 18.4%. 53.4% of students in Barnstable Public Schools are classified as high need. 53.4%. The state average is 48.7%. Barnstable is higher. 36.7% of students in Barnstable Public Schools are economically disadvantaged. The state average is 32.8%. Barnstable Public Schools is higher. We mirror or exceed the average in high risk and high needs to the state. That costs money. These students, these children, our kids that fall within these categories, they deserve the very best education. And as a school committee member, I'm committed to help provide that for them. That's what I've been put on this school committee for, to help educate these kids to the best of our ability. And that requires commitment, not only by the school committee, but to the taxpayers and the town council as well. So I know that us as a school committee and us as a district are willing to be very transparent with what the needs are for the kids, what the needs are for funding. But education is not an inexpensive endeavor. And I really hope that you can take a look at the needs within this district. Mr. Milne had indicated tonight that they anticipate the high needs to continue to increase in the town of Barnstable. That has been an upward swing for several years now. And we as a school committee have been working hard to budget for that. And to decrease our funding at this point, at this stature, I think would be devastating. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anybody else? School committee member Kathleen Bent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank everybody for expressing your candid views tonight. I think it's very important that we hear directly from all the town councilors and from the general public on ways that we can improve not just our schools, but the financial aspect and budgeting process. I'd like to respond directly to Councillor Cullum, and I think that you'll find this year that we are providing the public with more materials than has ever been provided, that we are using as school committee members so that we can make good decisions regarding the finances. These documents are going to be public at the time that our meetings are held, so any member of the public will be able to see the same materials that we are using, and I believe this is a change from past practice. So we are taking steps as a school committee to help the public understand where every single dollar of their money is being spent, and that we are really trying to get the most bang for our buck. So as you review these materials, I know we have 2 counselors that are liaisons and who attend all of our meetings. I do encourage you, especially during this budget season, to listen in at least to those parts directly, because during the discussions, I think you can pick up a lot more of the conversation than you can simply through reading the minutes. I know as a newer member, I did attend a lot of the meetings and tried to stay on top. And for those meetings that I attended, I had a much broader base of information to understand where some of those decisions were coming. And I do encourage you to continue to provide us with your input. So thank you for all the work that you do for our town.
Thank you, Kathy. That was wonderful. Appreciate those words. And Councilor Collin, please.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to say that my issue has never been giving money. I'm all about it. Just show me a vision and a plan to get there. That was never my opposition to the budget last year was not about money. And so that's the primary thing is I need to see a roadmap as to how Barnstable's going to win, you know? But thank you very much for addressing me. I appreciate that.
Councilor Hebert, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a follow-up to school committee member Barbara Dunn on the emotional, I just witnessed in the last couple of days the statistics coming out of our colleges, and the statistics were incredibly high for mental health issues, inclusive of suicide and pressures that students are under. And so, especially with our young students, you know, they're having a hard time with all of this. So, just kind of a follow-up with that. I know that costs more money when you get into counseling and trying to keep, you know, the young people glued together because they're getting unglued, and they're also experiencing a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety because people in their family have gotten the COVID, or a friend has gotten the COVID. So I know that again costs money, and I think again what my fellow counselors are just kind of saying is, please try to be emphatic with us on where you see the extra money needs to go. So it's very, very clear. And part of that vision is to keep all of our kids well, which is not easy. And I know that's something that has been thrust upon our schools to do a lot more with. And so as Mr. Nystrom has pointed out, it's gotten a lot more burdensome on the schools for how much we all expect from our schools. So again, I know we're all working hard, but we're all under a lot of stress at the same time. So I thank you for what you're doing with our students. And I understand my fellow counselors also saying that, you know, help us to see where that extra money is necessary. But thank you again.
Anybody else? Councilor Shaughnessy.
Wouldn't be talking to anyone from the schools if I was not bringing up the Cobb Trust. I don't know why I have a thing for this, but I know why I have a thing for it. It's because I did the accountings for 3 years and I know how much money is there. And every year, as I went through all the expenses from the trust and itemized them, there always seemed to be some income that carried over that truly should be used up every year. I was just wondering if, and I know we talked to the trustee last year and he was closing on his books for the year. I was just wanting to know if there'd been a conversation with the trustee. I would like to see, you know, that annual income from that trust. You know, we were talking about, you know, special programs or, you know, I would love to see it used in a way where whether we come up with a program that has the tenets of culture and the arts and music, but that it just seemed to me that the way it was spent in the past seemed very ad hoc. And it always seemed to me that it could, as a pool of money, it could be doing a lot more for the kids. So I was just curious, since it is a source of funds, if anyone had had a conversation with the trustee yet this year. But I think that would be, you know, a great meeting to have.
Thank you, Counselor. Assistant Superintendent Kristen Harmon had that conversation with the trustee last week. trying to make plans for, particularly since the fund contributes to a lot of field trips and those types of experiences for students, which can't occur. So they were having a strategic session around what could that funding be used for. And he has stated he has more funding that could be used. And I think they're looking at a strategy where it could fund a bigger project per se, rather, we certainly want to support the teacher mini grants that it does and things of that nature, but I think there's an openness to do something much bigger. Thank you.
I'm so glad to hear that because and I know it funded a lot of little mini grants. But the truth is those little mini grants, there was always money left over. And I every year I felt like, do teachers know about this? Are they aware that this money's available? Because I mean, it's for the kids and it should be spent on them every year, every penny of it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All good comments. I would like to throw my hat in the ring as far as, I've been a counselor now for 4 years. And just because someone says that maybe we should review the split does not mean that they don't care about children. It does not mean that they just want to take money away from children. And I think to say that somehow because we're a town councilor and that we're not a school committee member, that somehow we don't understand. I have 4 children. I have children in the school system, and I do understand. And just because as a parent or a town councilor that we are expecting a certain level of excellence, and again, that does not mean that a good job is not being done. It just means that we need to find ways consistently to do things better. It doesn't mean it was done bad to start with. It just means we need to move forward and find ways to do things better. And I give credit to Kathleen Bent for mentioning those things that as a school committee member, a new school committee member, that you are suggesting things and ways that we can do things better together. And I would support having a conversation. When Councilor Jessica Rapp-Corsetti, who's one of the most senior members and has been around this town and this council for one of the longest periods of time, speaks, I listen. When Councilor Dagwan, who is our most senior member, when she speaks, I do listen. But at the same time, we all have to work together. And just because we're looking at something with a microscope or working things out, it does not mean that we're not for the children. And I have to make that clear, because those types of things in that iterations, it bothers me more than anything else. So because we are all in this together, and I've invested, coached, done all kinds of different things with youth in this community, and I think I speak for all of us that we care for for the children of this community, and we want the very best for them. So I think we're all in together. So I just that's my final word on that. But I do appreciate everybody participating, being here. This is a very important meeting from year to year. I think there was just great conversation, and I would turn it back over to Chairman Judge if you have any final thought, and if not, if you would like to adjourn.
Just really quickly, kind of echo to what you said as far as, you know what, I've been on the school committee for 5 years, and I think this is the most conversation we've had at this meeting, which is a start. I think communications between everybody, I mean, we all have kids, I don't know if everybody has kids, but to me, communications is the #1 thing. That's how people start getting rumors out there. That's how things start happening. And without knowing the facts, there's just assumptions made on both sides, and they're not even sides, because we're not sides. We're all elected officials who are supposed to be doing the best thing for the town of Barnstable, and I think we are. I honestly think we are. And this is the beginning, I feel, to an open dialogue. I just think the more open communications can be, the better everybody is, the better our town is, the better our kids are, the better our taxpayers are. So I would echo what President Levesque said. I just think, and like I said, in my 5 years, I don't think this has always been a meeting that's kind of, we come in, we listen to Mr. Milne, and we go our separate ways. And you know what? This conversation, it needs to happen. It needs to happen in public so people can see that we're all asking the hard questions. Needs to happen so that we can, so that, because people in our community are asking those questions. So why not answer them in a public meeting when people can hear the answer? Because then it stops rumors. So I really would thank you to every counselor, every school committee member who has spoken. That's what we need to have happen. And thank you very much. Having said that, I will now ask for a motion to close the school committee meeting.
Move to close the school committee meeting?
Having a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Having a motion and second, and a roll call vote. Joe?
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
Barbara?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Chair is a yes. Unanimously passes. School committee meeting is now closed, and thank you, everybody, and have a good, safe night.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Gareth. Thanks,
Thank
Meg.
you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, is everybody okay? Yeah, I'm going to ask for a raise of hands if anyone needs a break. Do we need a break? Anyway, raise their hand. So seriously. Okay, because we're going to go into the orders of the day if not. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so I would say let's move into the orders of the day. Under old business, if Councilor Bogan, please, could open up item number 2021-063 and open the public hearing.
Sure, Mr. President. Item 2021-063 is old business. An appropriation order in the amount of $85,000 for the purpose of paying operating expenses of the legal department for the services of the law firm of Anderson and Krieger, which is serving as outside counsel to the town with respect to 2 notices of intent to sue received from the Conservation Law Foundation. This is a public hearing, and the matter is subject to a roll call majority of the full town council.
Second.
Okay. So as was stated, this is open to a public hearing. Sarah, do we have anybody that would like to comment?
There's no public comment on this public hearing.
Okay, with that being said, I would close the public hearing. Any councilor discussion? Councilor Neary, I'm sorry, Councilor Neary, Councilor Hebert.
Mr. President, did you want me to read the rationale?
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over that. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes, the rationale, please.
Okay. Good evening, councilors. Karen Nober, town attorney. As you know, the town has received 2 notices of intent to sue from the Conservation Law Foundation. The first alleging violation of the Federal Clean Water Act for operating the town's wastewater treatment facility without obtaining a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. And the second, alleging violation of the Massachusetts Title V septic regulations. The notices threaten pursuit of injunctive relief that could require the town's expenditure of millions of dollars. In addition, with respect to CLF's Clean Water Act allegations, the letters threaten penalties of approximately $50,000 per violation per day for the past 5 years. The law firm of Anderson and Krieger has substantial experience, knowledge, and expertise in this very complex area of the law and has handled similar matters on behalf of other clients. And I just wanted to add that the relief and penalties that may be sought by CLF, if granted, would have a substantial financial impact on the town, and it is therefore critically important that the town have the benefit of representation by counsel with that experience in these types of matters, which Anderson and Krieger had. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you interrupting me there too as well. Keep me on track. So, and so any council discussion on that?
Does have a question, Mr. President?
Yes, sure. Councilor Atzles, please. and then Councilor Hebert.
So I see that the Anderson and Krieger have extensive experience. What's their track record other than having experience? Have they won? Have they lost? Are they good at what they, I mean, obviously they're good at what they do, but I mean, have they been successful? I guess is my question.
I believe they have negotiated settlements, which I'm sure their client felt was in their client's best interest. Very often avoiding litigation is a win.
Thank you.
Councilor Hebert, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did get, I think we all got from a gentleman, Mr. Gary Lopez. I believe he's from Precinct 2. And just so that his thoughts are expressed here, I think I know what the answer is, but let's be clear on it. He put that at this stage, it would be more prudent to expand, more prudent to expand the town MS4 NPES permit to include Lewis Bay rather than answer the CLF lawsuit. The recent Maui Supreme Court's decision to expand the method of pollutant delivery to include groundwater discharge by wastewater treatment plants in coastal communities means the court will, in all probability, result in a court order requiring the town to obtain the NPDES permit. Take the $85,000 and use it to reduce the nitrate level of the sewer plant effluent, because in the end, the EPA will require it. Daily penalties can only happen pursuant to a court order. Keep in mind, the town has a moral obligation not to pollute the waters of the U.S. So I just put that out. I believe that we are committed and already to reducing the pollutant nitrate coming out of the our wastewater facility. But I, just in due respect, he's been heard. He's expressed himself, and I think the town manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we're way ahead on that process. I think we're trying to just by spending this $85,000 to kind of assure that we will get a proper judgment out of the court and not cost the town any more money. Am I correct in that? Thank you, town manager. Thank you.
Separate from this specific issue and included in Director Santos's update on our CWMP, we had anticipated looking at our wastewater facility with the intent of evaluating technologies and reducing nutrient load leaving that facility. So to answer your question, you've already approved $200,000 for the preliminary evaluation, and we have proceeded with that, separate from this lawsuit. Knowing that, and hearing what our town attorney has advised us, we do need to prepare they have taken the formal step of filing these notices of intent, and we do need to prepare ourselves. We do feel strongly that this representation is the support that we need, and I would ask you to be supportive of this financial request that we're making.
You went on already.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. President, just to follow up.
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you very, very much. I am totally in favor of this. I just wanted to express it so publicly that the response to Mr. Lopez and to anybody else in the community that's asking why we're spending this money. We are, as you have pointed out, Mr. Elves, we have already appropriated money. We are already studying how we're going to reduce the pollutant nitrate. So I'm full support of this. I don't want to be misunderstood. I was just making sure that the public knew that they were represented, that they just sent this in. That's all. But thank you very much.
If I could, Councilor Hebert, I'm resisting responding to some of this only because I don't want to get into a discussion about litigation strategy in public session, and I know we did have one discussion in executive session. I'm certainly happy to schedule more of those if that would be helpful to the council. But it's kind of a fine line, I think, in terms of the discussion that we have in public session and kind of being careful to not get into the discussion regarding litigation strategy without doing it in executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Attorney Nober. Thank you for your input, Councilor Hebert. Any other comments, questions? Not seeing any, I would move for a vote. Roll call, please.
Counselors, Bogan,
Yes, in favor.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rafferty,
Yes.
Hebert,
Absolutely, yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis.
Yes.
That is 12 yes.
Great.
Thank
you, everybody. Moving on to new business. If I could have Councilor Starr, please read item number 2021-065.
Yes, thank you. So this is 2021-065, acceptance of a grant in the amount of $10,400 from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for the purpose of enhancing the town's wastewater reduction program. It's new business, may be acted on with a roll call majority.
Excellent. And Town Manager Ellis, who do we have for the rationale?
I'll ask
I'll
Director
second that.
Santos to provide it, please.
Thank you.
Yes, hello again, Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. The town has been awarded a $10,400 grant from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection under their Recycling Dividends Program. The grant award was made because of specific programs and policies the town has implemented over the years that maximize reuse, recycling, and waste reduction. The acceptance of this grant will allow the Solid Waste Division in the town to enhance its waste reduction programs through the acquisition of recycling containers, recycling carts, and recycling bins, waste reduction, and/or recycling outreach and education materials, and other related expenses authorized in the program contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Santos. Any councilor discussion? Not seeing any. Thank you, Patrick Kelleher, for being with us tonight. And if we can move to a vote, please.
Counselors, Clark, yeah. Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rafferty,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis,
Yes.
Bogan.
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Next item, if I could have Councilor Dagwan, if you wouldn't mind reading into item number 2021-066.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2021-066, resolved naming the Department of Public Works Administration Building located at 382 Falmouth Road, Hyannis, Mass, as the Captain Robert L. O'Brien Public Works Administration Building. This item may be acted upon with a roll call majority.
Second.
Excellent. And Town Manager Ellis, rationale?
Thank you. I'd like to note, you know, I have invited Bud Brialt to join us this evening. and I know he's out there on Zoom.
Yes.
And he's with us. He and I discussed the summary, and I'll give it. And certainly discussing with staff, specifically Mark Milne and Dan Santos, we're all extremely supportive of, with the passing of Bob this past fall, to move forward with this request to town council. Bob O'Brien had a long and distinguished career with the United States Coast Guard. He steadily moved up in the ranks from ensign to captain and retired in 1981. Prior to attending Boston College, he served as a U.S. Coast Guard seaman in World War II. Bob's last post before retiring in 1981 was that of Chief of Staff and Deputy Commander of the U.S. Coast Guard's 1st District, the New England District. He was also Deputy Director of Reserve Personnel, Chief Plans and Program Officer, and Chief Budget Officer during his 23-year land career that followed his sea service, including commanding officer aboard various Coast Guard cutters. He had assignments in Alaska, Boston, and 4 separate tours in Washington, D.C., where he ultimately became the comptroller for the entire Coast Guard. After that retirement, Bob accepted a position as supervisory administrative assistant of the Department of Public Works for the town of Barnstable in 1981. He was promoted to DPW superintendent, and after a few years decided he would prefer to spend more time with his family and request that he transferred to a job as the assistant DPW superintendent. He retired from the town of Barnstable in 1999 and was hired in 2000 as the special assistant to the town manager, and ultimately completely retired from the town in 2018. And I'll note Bob served under John Clem, and then Tom Lynch, and then myself. Bob played a critical role in all aspects of local government in the town of Barnstable, including its organizational structure as we know it today, its financial management, and emergency response programs, to name a few. Bob served on the Steamship Authority Board of Governors for the town of Barnstable for 25 years until 2016, and as a board chairman for some of those years. He was instrumental in the transformation of the Steamship Authority fleet, including vessel construction, vessel modification, and refurbishment projects. Bob also played a critical role in the authority's capital project in Hyannis, including reconstruction of the Hyannis terminal and slip improvement. Bob served on the Barnstable Municipal Airport Commission for 13 years and retired in 2017. Bob was a charter member of the Coast Guard Heritage Museum in Barnstable, which opened in 2005. I can also say that Bob was not only a professional, but a personal friend. The loss of he and Susie was felt by all, and he is greatly missed. And after discussion with staff and looking at the significant roles that he played, we identified the naming of our DPW administration building as perhaps an appropriate memorial to recognize Bob's contributions to the town of Barnstable. I'm not sure if Bud Briel had anything to say in support of this.
Recognize Mr. Briel. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's nice being here, and it's nice to congratulations on your new position, and thank you for letting me speak tonight and for seeing all the members of the council. I've forgotten how long some of these meetings get. Tonight was a good example, but I would like to thank you for that, and I'm speak towards this resolve regarding Bob O'Brien. As Mark said, Bob and I were very close friends. I've known him for probably 25, 30 years or more, both while I was in the Coast Guard with him and after the Coast Guard, and while I was served during my 24 plus years of service in the municipal government on the Cape. He was always a friend, always a counselor. He was a mentor, and I think he was just absolutely superb. his counsel and his advice was always on point and accepted. I can't say enough about him, and he was a superlative individual in all aspects and an asset to any task that he was assigned to. And he was a superb mentor to many members of the town staff. and his service in this action would be an outstanding tribute to him and his service to the town. And I respectfully request that you approve this resolve. And I thank you very much and hope you all stay well.
Thank you. Everybody's Bud Braille. Oh, that was a great presentation. Any council comment? Discussion? Okay, great. Thanks again for that rationale. Obviously, public servant, veteran, and really a man of honor. I think with the words, when I was asking Town Manager Els about this particular item, the words that I remember was the emotional maturity that he had because of all the experience that he has. And that's one thing I admire in a man, and his emotional maturity. So I appreciate that. Because of that wisdom, because of that, he was able to parlay his wisdom for our town for many years. So with that being said, I would entertain a vote, please.
Counselors. Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes, and hi, Bud.
Hi, how are you?
Rap Rossetti,
Yes, and hello, Bud, to you too.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
It's an honor to say yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis,
Absolutely, yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 12 yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bud.
Good
Thanks
to
for
see you,
being
Bud.
with us, sticking it out.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Bud.
Bye,
Thank
Bud.
you, sir.
Moving on to our next item, Councilor Atzelis, if you could please read item number 2021-067.
Item number, new business, item number 2021-067, appropriation order in the amount of $45,000 for the purpose of acquiring an easement on a portion of the property located at 528 Treble Beach Road, Barnstable, Centerville also, Massachusetts, shown on the assessor's page 246 as parcel number 071, to be associated with the construction of new sewer infrastructure, being referred to public hearing on February 4th, 2021.
Second.
Excellent. And we do not need a rationale because we're referring to a public hearing. But is there any councilor discussion at this point? Excellent. If not, we move on to a vote.
Counselors. Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap Rossetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
That passes 12 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Steinhilber, if you could please read item number 2021-068, refer to a second reading on February 4th, 2020.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to refer item 2021-068 to a second reading on February 4th, 2021. It's an order authorizing a housing development incentive program tax increment exemption agreement between the town of Barnstable and Pearl Street Holdings LLC for 9 new market rate residential units located at
39 Pearl Street, Hyannis, Massachusetts, as written.
Second.
First, a second. Any council discussion? Seeing none, vote please.
Councilors Rock Cassetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Dar,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Apsalis,
Yes.
Hogan,
Yes.
Clark, Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
That passes 12 yes.
Excellent. Well, I believe that is the end of the orders of business of the day.
One more.
Yeah,
One more. One more.
Maybe I missed it.
2021-069.
Page 24.
If, I'm sorry, Councilor Cullen, if you could read that into the record, please. I actually don't have it in my printed agenda, so I apologize for that. But you were right, there is
Messing
another.
with you. It's April Fool's, almost.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Okay, this is item number 2021-069, approval of an amendment to Housing Development Incentive Program Zone and plan to include 850 Falmouth Road and 3 Whitehall Way in Hyannis, Mass. for submission to the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development. As written, this is a roll call majority vote.
Excellent. And I knew there was a reason why Attorney Law stayed with us all this time.
Chairman, you gave me a little angina there.
Sorry about that, my friend. I apologize. I'm with you.
I just figured, I just hang out for 4 hours, but
Exactly.
very interesting meeting. Worth
Yeah.
the
very sure. So we got a first and a second, and rationale, please.
Good evening, councilors. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. I'll give a brief rationale, and as noted, we do have attorney David Lawler, who is representing the developer here. Did you have any additional questions, or should he wish to provide additional rationale? This is a request this evening to expand the eligibility of the town's housing development incentive program. I have a brief share screen. So for those who may not be familiar, the Housing Development Incentive Program, or HDIP, is a program authorized by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for use by gateway cities for the purposes of increasing residential growth, expanding the diversity of housing stock, supporting economic development, and promoting neighborhood stabilization. It's a somewhat unique program because it does provide incentives for the creation of market rate housing. Those incentives come in 2 parts: a local option to provide tax relief on the added value of a property that results from a development, so the incremental increase in value. And then the town, should the town authorize a tax increment agreement, it makes the project eligible for state tax credits offered by DHCD. To be eligible for participation in the Housing Development Incentive Program, a property has to be located within a zone that's designated by the town, has to have a certain percentage of market rate units. Housing units do have to be offered as primary residences, and it only applies to new construction or major rehabilitation. Councilors may recall that the town originally designated the town's growth incentive zone as our housing development incentive zone, eligibility zone. The town of Barnstable was somewhat unique in this, in that we had plans and studies that showed the need for market rate rental housing in this zone. So while other communities have approached designating HD zones on sort of a much smaller and development specific basis, we really wanted to make sure that this incentive was in place for this entire area. So this is our current HD HD zone. Again, we authorize these incentives locally through tax increment exception agreements. You just had a first read on one. We have approved one other one of these to date. We have an internal process that we've created for review of high agreements. An application, they are reviewed by our incentive committee, approved by town council, and then there's an agreement, and they have to be reviewed and approved by DHCD, and again certified. And then again, a developer is eligible for those HCI credits. Proposal before you tonight is to amend our application with the Department of Housing and Community Development to expand our HDIP eligibility zone to include 2 parcels on Route 28 in Hyannis, 850 Falmouth Road and 3 Whitehall Way. This is the site of the former Pavilion Nursing Home. That was a building there that remained in dilapidated condition for a long time. It is zoned uniquely multifamily affordable housing district, a zoning incentive the town put in place to encourage redevelopment of that property with multifamily housing. So again, the request tonight is to expand the eligibility of the HDIP to include these properties. Obviously, we have confirmed that the HD zones do not need to be contiguous. There, a closer look at this property. Again, we have been, planning and development has been working cooperatively with the developers who are looking to redevelop this parcel into a 53 unit multifamily development. So I apologize, the wrong slide. So the town, I will note that this proposal was reviewed by the town council's tax incentive committee, and it was affirmatively recommended to include expansion of the zone. We held a public hearing as required by DHCD on this application last Wednesday, January 13th. We had 2 members of the public attend that public hearing. They had a number of comments. Just to provide you a brief summary of those comments, we had 2 members attend. There were some concerns about, I think, not necessarily the development itself, but some of the approach to the development and the affordability relative to the HDIP expansion. I think we had a good discussion about the trade-offs between housing production and the town foregoing that tax revenue. There was also discussion about the neighborhood stabilization goals of the HDIP and how those compared on Route 28 versus the growth incentive zone. But again, this property is unique in that it was in very poor condition for a long time, and thus we feel can meet the neighborhood stabilization goals as offered by DHCD. I will note that this request, again, to expand the HDIP zone will be accompanied by a request, again, coming from the development team to amend the multifamily affordable housing district zoning to align with the eligibility of that program. We've scheduled those zoning ordinance amendments for review by the council at your next meeting in February. They have been affirmatively recommended by the planning board at this time. So again, that's a summary rationale. Happy to answer any questions should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate that. And I would open up to council discussion. Yes, Councilor Shaughnessy.
Thank you, President Levesque, and thank you, Director Jenkins. Attorney Lawler, what can you tell us about this project? How many market rate housing units are we anticipating?
Okay, first, I just briefly, who's on this phone call is one of the developers, Tim Tellman. I just wanted to introduce him. purposes of courtesy. And thank you, it's a very late hour. Thank you, all of you, for working so late. Now, what the proposed project is to do is to build 53 units, of which 43 would be market rate and 10 units would be affordable. Now, as Elizabeth Jenkins just indicated, there was some issues with regard to being on tonight's meeting and then moved to February 4th. I was planning on presenting at that meeting, but I have a conflict, and just so you know, for purposes of continuity, Attorney John Kenny is going to pinch hit for me and cover on the 4th. So what Attorney Kenny will be presenting at that meeting will be a request with respect to the zoning, where there's two issues, and I don't want to suggest that anything's minor or major, but there's two. What I would think would be the smaller issue is taking the smaller acre lot of 1/3 acre and turning that into the MAH district. And that would allow for the project to be built within all the zoning requirements and also allow for some additional units. And that particular parcel is vegetated and wooded right now, and we would be agreeing under a deed restriction to keep it identical to the way it would never be developed. It would just be utilized for square footage as far as formulas are concerned. The second one is that at present, the MAH, which is Multifamily Affordable Housing District, provides that a multifamily affordable housing can be allowed through the use of a special permit through the planning board. But it provided 25% affordable component at 65%, AMR, and the median income for that particular area. Most affordable housing is at 80% A. So there's a bit of a conundrum that when this district was established, everybody was well intended. It was a particular parcel that was provided for because of an offsite development, I think in Independence Park area. And at the time, people thought, well, this, what should we apply? How do we, 25% affordable? It's aggressive but doable. Since then, the cost of new construction reaches the point where virtually no multifamily units of this size can be built unless there's some type of governmental assistance, whether it's through tax breaks or whatever. The math just simply doesn't work. We've been talking about increasing housing stocks in Cape Cod for years. I've been listening to tonight, and I kind of reminisce a little bit with, Councilor Dagwan when we were sitting on the school committee, and they were talking about it back then. That was 20 years ago, or close to it, 18 years ago. And there's not much that's occurred since then. And a lot of that has to do with two factors: that construction costs have gone up, but in certain areas, if you get around Boston, rents are $2,800, $3,000. I know I have adult kids, what they've paid. They'll be 2 roommates or 3 roommates, and they'll be paying $1,500 a piece. And rents in those areas can justify the construction cost, where in Cape Cod, the math just doesn't work. So that's the reason why this multi-tiered approach. And so in looking at the MAH district, it provides for this 25% affordable, but as Elizabeth showed on the PowerPoint presentation, the state grants that we're seeking require 80% market. So you have a conflict of market and affordable with different numbers, and everybody requires you to round up. You're required to round up the affordables, and you're required to round up the market. So what's going to happen in 2 weeks is that we're going to be requesting, because it's the only way the math works, with maximizing the amount of units, with 53 units, the only way the math works is to adjust that zoning from 25% to 18%. Now, that's not what's before you tonight. That's what's going to be before you in 2 weeks. But I think it's important that you understand, and that purposes of full disclosure, We've already had a full hearing before the planning board, and they unanimously approved it, conditioned on the town council's approval of turning that small 1/3 acre lot into an MAH from a residential. And from, this request to adjust the affordability. And now the other component about the affordability is because.
Attorney Lawler,
Yep.
we're getting to the 11 o'clock hour.
I'll be real quick. The other
No, we have to take a vote to go past the 11 o'clock hour. So I wasn't going to try to interrupt you, but I don't want to get that. And actually, my phone's blowing up. I'm getting all these requests to make sure that I do that. So
I can sum up in 5 minutes after that.
you got 2. So, but if you did it now, so I'll give you the 5 if we could take the vote, please, to go past 11 o'clock. So can I get a motion, please?
I make a motion, we go past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Well, first and a second. Town clerk and Quirk. Please.
Okay, I'm here. Counselor Hebert.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Neary. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not yet. Schnapp.
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
Atzelis.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Cullen.
Yes.
Dagwan.
Yes.
Rav Crissetti.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a hard time being quick, but I will be quick. The second component.
I'll hold you to that, Attorney Lawler.
I have time. Talk a dog up me. So the second component is the percentage of affordable as far as the AMI, the average median income of people. And as I said before, most affordable housing, virtually all affordable housing is 80%. This was designated to be lower at 65. What we're proposing is to bring it to 50%. And those 10 units will help a segment of the population that really needs it. And, 50% AMI is, I don't know of any projects in Barnstable that have it, okay? It might be, I just don't personally know it. And I looked a little bit, and, I'm not gonna say I was exhausted. But there's a level of population that just, quite frankly, can't afford the 80% or 65%. And, this is gonna be presented to the most vulnerable to the vulnerable, or there's probably some that can't even afford 50%, but certainly a level of vulnerability that isn't often provided units of that nature. And at the planning board hearing, not one neighbor objected, and it was a unanimous vote subject to that hearing. And we had a prior hearing back in September. There were some things that changed, some minor things that changed. Most of them revolved around this MAA issue, as far as a lot of the physical components of the project were vetted early on at that first meeting. So that's in a nutshell, less than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lawler, and thank you so much, Mr. Tillman, for investing in this property, because it has been the subject of haunting rumors and child fears, and it's been an eyesore for a long time. So thank you so much for investing in the property.
Any other councilor discussion? Councilor Hebert, please.
Thank you very much. Beautiful presentation, wonderful rationale. David, thank you so much. Mr. Tillman, we can't thank you enough for moving this project forward, taking the chance. Very kind, very generous with this 50% of median income. Can't thank you enough, and I'm more than happy to vote for this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilor Starr, please.
Thank you. I just have a question, some of the wording that this resolution authorizes the town to negotiate a tax increment exemption for property taxes. Does that come back to us, or is that who's going to negotiate that?
I'll let Elizabeth handle that.
Yeah, Elizabeth Jenkins. So tie agreements are negotiated through a process that was established by town staff in cooperation with the tax increment committee. There is a pre-application and application review that's conducted by a team of town staff members, including our housing coordinator and finance director. They provide a summary report to the tax incentive committee, who does a pro forma review and makes a recommendation to the town council. The town council then has to approve the town manager to sign those agreements. So, so very similar to the TIF program, the tax increment financing program to support commercial development. Agreements are approved by the council and signed by the manager.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilor Rappacetti, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney Lawler and Mr. Tellman. Thank you for your investment in our town. I'm just curious why in our packet we have something being referred to as second reading with a similar from the tie committee, and the full application or agreement is in the packet, whereas this one, we don't have that agreement attached to it.
I don't know what's in your packet, but I think that there was a whatever, a little snafu.
No, if I can, I'm sorry, if I can. So we actually had two items tonight that apply to the Housing Development Incentive Program. The first one is an actual tie agreement for a project that Mr. Jake Dewey is doing at 39 Pearl Street. So that's in an eligible zone. It's been through that process I just described and is for town council consideration. This request before you tonight is to expand the eligibility of the HDIP zone to include these parcels to allow the developer to file that application.
So will we be reviewing that application?
Exactly. So should the council choose to approve this tonight, it will allow the developer to file that application. It'll go through that process.
Great.
And then they'll come back to you with that tie agreement for your review.
Thank you for that clarification. By the way, Attorney Lawler, you look good with some facial hair.
Thank you. COVID, you know.
Feeling the love tonight. Don't be sick.
I'll take any compliment I can get.
There's hope.
Any other council questions for Director Jenkins? Not seeing any. So with that, I would move to a vote.
Councilors Levesque,
Yes.
Neary, Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark, Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rappacetti,
Yes.
Hebert.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Excellent. And again, just wanted to reiterate, thank you, Mr. Tellman, for your investment in our town, in your town.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
You're welcome.
And just to the, there's his partner, Bob Carlton as well.
Yes, correct. Yes. I was just going to say that. Give my best to Mr.
Lives in a castle on Ireland. It's amazing.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. I believe we're done with the orders of the day. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I really did try to get us before 11 o'clock. I just want you to know.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Okay.
Right.
Councilors Schnapp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Atzelis,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Jaguar,
Yes.
Rock Cressetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
It's 11:06. Great work tonight, everybody. We did a lot of good
Right.
stuff tonight. A lot of great discussion. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.